I would like to call this Board of Education retreat meeting to order. First item on the agenda, we have Mr. Dr. Freddie Williamson, stages of change and turnaround.
That should be the first slide. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope everybody's doing well, that lunch was enjoyable, and here we are on a Friday afternoon in December, if you can believe it, December 2024. It's hard to believe that we're at this point. I tell people in my church all the time, don't take your Christmas lights down. Cut them off, wait a few days, flip the switch, and you're in season. It moves that fast. I just got back from superintendent's meeting in Greensboro. I say this because it is true. The public schools of Robeson County is a part of every conversation, not because of one individual, but because of the work and the turnaround work that's going on in the district. And I say that in all honesty. So I'm going to start by saying thank you to the board, certainly for your support, for your work, for your toughness, because when you bring about change, it is not easy. You have a lot of conversations and you have to filter through what's true, what's not true. There's always the time element, because turnaround and improvement takes time. Because the first issue is always trying to build capacity in everybody. We started the conversation, and it's hard to believe, 4 years ago with three major points. One was, as we do this work, let's get the order right. And the order is not transformation first. The order is turnaround. In the turnaround process, transformation will happen. You'll see things beginning to change. And so your first stage of that is whatever level of success, celebrate that. But then you have to repeat it, right? You can't be a one-hit wonder. You can't be content with growth over 1 year. You have to celebrate that, and then you have to repeat that on the way to sustainability. But the first effort is predictability. Can we take the data, and predict what's going to happen, not only from day to day, but from month to month and year to year? And I know I'm preaching to the choir. And so we've had a conversation around, is this district a formative district every day? Are we assessing everything that we do for improvement? And so one of the statements that we've made, and you have to think about it and process it, is that there is no victory in trying harder. Think about that. People often say, well, I'm working hard. That may be true, but there is no victory in being able to say that I am trying harder. So you need, again, a plan, that vision, all those components that would help that conversation go away and be replaced with, we're growing and we're improving, and our goal is within reach. And then the time element of that. So I want to very quickly, I've heard the ongoing conversation about time. So Mr. Chair, I'm clear on that. I want to start with where we started the conversation with principals and with everyone. That is R to the third power. And this is a simple model that we put in place. It is a business model in terms of how do you engage everybody? How do you make reality building capacity so that in the end, our kids are where they need to be. Obviously, we have to have good principal teachers, and you'll see that throughout. So R to the third power starts with relationships. Very intentional, very, that's clear in my view, but not relationships built on compromise. That will get you nowhere. Relationships built on facts and the truth. And to help people know, yes, we appreciate you. Yes, we want you part of the process, but relationships, critical, right? I've often said that leadership matters, but relationships matter just as much. One of the things I've said to the group of superintendents is build relationships with your board. And I honored you at that meeting. And this board was honored. They gave us $2,500 to the board for scholarships. And so you have to make a decision on that. The next R is relevance. How does everything connect and why does it matter? Why does it matter for the board, for our community, for our parents, for everyone, for our students? So the relevance of the work, and you'll see we'll have a conversation in a minute about no random acts. And the third is rigor. And that is a moving target. That does not mean more of. That's not what rigor is about. You can pile on with rigor. You would know rigor by the change in the classroom in terms of kids. That's where I look for when we go in and we listen and to the questions. When we put our students in a productive struggle, do they have to think? Do they have to process? Do they have to draw on all those kinds of things? But this is where, so relationships, relevance, and rigor matters. And that's where we started. Next, please. So the second part of it, and again, it is just so simple, but it is powerful when implemented, is stages of change. This pyramid tells us a lot. So on the left, you can see the effect on performance. Lower part of the triangle has a negative impact. Eventually, you're going to get to the positive. And so I want to run through this look on the right. That's important. So we go from random acts from very intentional. We want people to understand we're not walking in a classroom to say, got you. We're walking in a classroom to monitor the work and support. So again, real simple, but powerful when put in place. We have moved from having a knee-jerk reaction to everything. If you spend your time with a knee-jerk reaction, you got a lot of work to do. You ought to be able to anticipate and predict things that's going to happen. So no random acts. No random act. I'll give you an example of that. Not having a core curriculum, we open the door and allow random acts. We allow everyone to do their own thing in the classroom, to use whatever. That's what that really, really meant. The second stage is our journey is north, and you read the literature on a North Star, where we're headed. So we establish meaningful expectations. You're going to see that in a minute through our strategic plan. That's what that is, our vision, and those expectations of where we want to be. Notice, though, you're still in the negative. You're moving, but you're still in the negative. The next one is barriers and blind spots, and they exist. They exist. How do you deal with the barriers, whatever those barriers might be? Part of that is pushback, right? Part of that is traditional folks want to do things the way they've always done that. Those are barriers. Well, our job is to push through that so that we can get the work done and move our kids. And there are blind spots. There are blind spots. We have to identify, though, those existing conditions and be honest about them. And then accept the opportunity to do something about that. And then it's the culture, separate definition. It's the way we do things. What is the Robeson County way? What is the Robeson County standard? What is the Robeson County expectation of the work that we're doing? So it's the culture, it's the way that we do business in this district. It aligns people, structure, and systems in place. You'll see that in our strategic plan. And then it's being very intentional. We're on the plus. We believe that we are at stage 5, that we're very intentional, that we're not walking into anyone's classroom, any building with the mindset of, I got you, I'm looking for what you're not doing. We're monitoring and evaluating what is going on. And we have systems and structures in place to have real, authentic conversations about that. So that's the stages of change. We think that we're at the top of the pyramid because we are monitoring, we're very intentional with that. Any questions on that? Again, didn't want you to think that we're just started the work without having a clear, simple plan. I met with every principal, had this conversation, and said, those of us that's been a part of coaching, you've always sort of keep it simple. Do not complicate what you're asking student athletes to do. So communication is a big part of the work. Look at the next sheet, please. We use this model for managing change because that is the key, right? Is communication. One of the first things that happened was we moved our PR person into cabinet so that they could be part of every conversation and that we will have an impact of what we ran in our local paper in terms of the work that was going on. So look at what happens. And we use this and remind our folks, if any stage of this is missing, you can see the impact. Let's start at the bottom. What if there is no vision, but you have everything else, then you have confusion, right? If there is no vision, even the Bible says that, where there's no vision, what happens? The people perish. And that is true. That is true. What if the skill sets and missing? What if the capacity to do the work is not there? And we need to address that. When that's the case, anxiety. People don't know what to expect. They make calls and decisions about something that they have not tried, and we've been there. That is not a problem. Got to stay the course. When incentives are missing, you get resistance. You get pushback when folks are not clear. Why are you doing this? Why are you changing a curriculum? Why are you changing leadership? You get that resistance. Then if the resources, there's frustration. Great plan, great idea, great intentions, but we don't have the funds to do that. Look at, we don't have an action plan. False starts. The worst thing that can happen in a public school system is false starts. Great conversation, great plan, great. You wrote something out, you didn't prepare it properly, and you have to start over. Now, that is not to be confused with, I don't want to change. That's not what the conversation is. And then finally, look what happens, and we're at stage 5, if you go back to the pyramid, when all those components are in place, in terms of managing change and how we communicate it, you get success. At this point, we're looking at success with all of the growth, student outcomes that we've seen leading to proficiency. Any questions on that? Real simple plan. Mr. Craig?
Mr. Craig?
Okay, thank you. Dr. Williamson, when some of this was started, we had the 10 to 12 people going in classrooms, which was nerve-wracking for teachers.
Right.
And there was a lot of resistance for that. And I was one of the ones that complained about it.
Right.
So we now are down to where it's like 2 or 3 people are going in. So what's the response from teachers as far as how that has changed them?
Right. Our vision of that was, we understand, and we made it clear, we're not checking on you that in a negative way. We're monitoring. The change has been, people are inviting us in their classroom. They want us there. They want us in the buildings. They want to demonstrate the work that they are doing in the classroom. And that's always the shift, that people are not shocked. Kids don't react when you walk in, and we've seen all of that. in a positive way. So we're being asked to come in, and even we met with APs and we're saying we're trying to get into your buildings, and the response was come in our buildings and see. I'm about 3 short from being in every school first semester. So
Follow up with, is the feedback that y'all get, that you would get, do you give that directly to the teachers now, or is that given to coach or principal to give to the teacher?
to everybody. We said the teachers, to the coaches, to the principals, we communicate that. And part of that, we're going to talk about in the plan that we have. So that real-time feedback is what you're talking about. And that is our practice, that have that conversation before you leave the classroom with the teachers in real time, whatever the need is to do that.
Last question. Let's suppose that that class that you came into, for lack of better words, it just bombed. It wasn't good. How is that feedback then given to that teacher, like quickly, where we're not throwing the teacher under the bus at the same time?
Very private, but in real time, we'll pull the teacher and whisper something to them, or we'll write a note. Our intent is never to embarrass someone, but to have that conversation. We realize that you're not where you said you're going to be in your teaching plan. We realize you're not prepared. We realize that this is not your normal behavior, whatever it is, because we're watching your kids. So part of that, Craig, and that's a powerful question, is historically you would walk in a classroom and you would look at what the teacher was doing. That's not the case. That's not what we're doing. We walk in a classroom and guess who we're looking at? The kids. We're looking at what are the kids doing. The information and data we need is with the kids. And so you always know about what the kids are doing. It may be midway through before we ever say anything to the teacher.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So the final 2 parts of the model is this: random acts of an improvement. We all know that cannot happen. If it's random, if it's all over the place, if it's not aligned, if there is not a common language, you cannot improve. So look at this stage. School improvement is the key, having that plan. We've modified school improvement in that we identify those tasks and we plug those tasks into the work. So that is really a living document, as the intent has always been. So let's take a look at this. The goals clearly defined. That's just having a plan, something on paper, check, done. Is this a living document in terms of school improvement? So look on the right, look at processes. All of us recognize that's in the wrong place, right? If you've implemented something, if you've gone through something, and then you're trying to lay out the process, it is not going to work. So that is clearly on the road. That's part of the false start. Look at the arrows all over the place. That's random. No alignment. Pretty clear. You're not going to be successful. Flip to the next one. So then what is an aligned acts of improvement? And that is the model in terms of that we're operating in for leadership, is an aligned management system. All the arrows going in the same direction. There is a common language. There's clear expectation. There's clear accountability in real time. So look on the left. So processes now is where they ought to be. That's planning, that's organizing, that's having the conversations up front, that's being able to anticipate what's going to happen. But the process is in the right place. Look at the arrows, all aligned. This is what's important. Look on the right, that little box. You know what that is? In every organization, in every plan, there are variables out of our control. Weather, that's a variable out of our control. Lack of funding, that's a variable out of our control. So those are variables that we cannot control that we have to deal with. again, I just said to a group of superintendents, as leaders of districts, we cannot afford to have a victim mentality. I don't care we cannot lead if our mentality is that we are victims of funding, if we're a victim of whatever the case might be. So you're going to always have those variables. But as you move through and improve, that box becomes smaller. Again, nothing complicated. This is real simple, but it's in a language and it is a powerful business model that Fortune 500 companies use. So stages of change, where we are. Any questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Next, we'll have the strategic plan review by the cabinet. We have Dr. Deborah Dallas, Initiative 1.
Good evening, or actually good afternoon, Chairman Leach, Superintendent Williamson, and board members. This afternoon, we did want to take an opportunity just to provide an update on our strategic plan and progress on our work so far. And to Dr. Williamson's point, this is a document that does show that we do not believe in random acts, right? This is a document that lines up the processes and procedures. It outlines the expectations of our work so that we do have an established common language across the district. So Initiative 1 is Framework for Support. And that's basically the main goal is to ensure that all of our staff are prepared to meet the needs of our students. So one of the main strategies that we look at under this initiative is data-driven professional development. There has been a major push to avoid random PD or PD that everybody has to go to when it doesn't really apply to me. So we have been working very hard to use data to make decisions about what do we need to do to help our teachers or our assistants or our principals continue to move forward. We use achievement data, we use observational data, we use our classroom walkthrough data, we use just conversation. We talk to teachers and find out where the struggles are. So that's been a major push and a major change. Some of that focus PD comes in the form of a practice clinic where it might be 20 minutes after school, it might be during a PLC meeting where you pull a group of teachers together. Let's say I'm working with kindergarten and I want to address something going on at the teacher table. It's a short snapshot. We're trying to get away from this long, intensive PD where everybody has to attend. You don't see a lot of that happening in our buildings. We do have to do it for letters, but we try to avoid that when we can at all possible. Also, really, like I said, talking to the teachers about what their needs are. Every time we do beginning teacher training, we ask for an evaluation. Tell us what you think you need. What would you like to see at the next professional development? Every time we meet with our coaches or teachers or science PLC, we're always asking, what would you like to see happen next time? Because we know at the end of the day, they know what they need more than anybody else in the building. School and district PLCs has been a major push, trying to define the structures and protocols that should be taking place in a PLC. They're not social events, right? They're work, and they're really trying to be very strategic about what's being discussed. We've laid out some planning templates, data analysis protocols, problem solving. We want to make sure that when teachers do have to come to the table to collaborate, that it's actually purposeful. We've added some additional PLCs this year. We have an ATSI, CSI PLC that we pull. We have a supervisor PLC. When we feel like we need to have people come to the table, we want to do that because we know that collaboration is really key for our work. Crucial positions, making sure that we do have some support in place. And that includes our assistant principals. That includes our career coaches, our academic coaches. Some schools continue to have interventionists. All of those staff are critical to the support that we can layer in, not only for students, but also to layer in that support for our teachers as well. Had a big push around MTSS and relay professional development. Dr. Bullard will talk a little bit more about MTSS professional development later, but we're trying to make sure that all of our communication is streamlined. When an MTSS coordinator hears information about MTSS, So does the principal. So does our district implementation team, so that there is no randomness or confusion. We want to make sure that all parties are hearing the same thing. We want to make sure that they know what the deliverables are. Because to Dr. Williamson's point, when that's not there, people get confused about what are we doing. So we've tried to really work through that, as well as relay. Our relay coach has been providing professional development. We've been doing some refreshers just for people who kind of want to hear it again. But we've also been ensuring that all of our new ILT members are being trained at this time. We're happy to say that all of our returning ILT members are completely trained. But like I said, we try to continue to support them with some refreshers, and that's where our coaching comes in. And finally, we have the 7 levers. That is really the glue of our work. All of our work focuses around or is attached to one of those levers. So when we talk about data-driven instruction, that's not just looking at summative data like a check-in or summative data like an EOG. We're trying to look at data in real time. That means we're looking at exit tickets. We're looking at student work. We're trying to make decisions before too much time goes by so that we can reteach and adjust as needed. Observation feedback, to Mr. Craig, your point about the coaching cycles, making sure we're giving feedback. The culture of coaching has grown so much in this district. To your point in the beginning, when we had larger teams going in, and a lot of that was because we were coaching other people or we were getting coached. But at this point, you have teachers who they do want you in there and they want to hear what you think, which I think is amazing. You can feel that in a building when they want you there. They want your feedback. In some schools, we're still growing. That comfort level is still growing. But that's been a huge shift for us as well. Instructional planning, we have that in all of our PLCs weekly. We have a planning template where they look at unpacking the standards. We're looking at identifying the productive struggle. Professional development is another key lever, and we talked a lot about that, is making sure we have these bursts of what students need. Student culture, making sure our students know that they're welcomed and they belong at the school. And that ties in with staff culture. Those two are really the foundation. If we don't have those, it's hard to build those other levers in a school building. And finally, leading the leaders. Trying to make sure that our instructional leaders feel comfortable, they feel effective in leading their buildings every day. Initiative 2 is very related, and we've talked a lot about this in the past, the principal as the instructional leader. Making this effort to make sure that principals do not live in a managed, I'm sorry.
Turn it back on, I'm sorry. Ms. Christie Fields?
This is for Initiative 1.
Yes, ma'am.
What is PLC for people who are watching?
Professional learning community. So it's a lot of times where grade levels come together, maybe content people come together, but it stands for professional learning community.
IoT?
Instructional leadership team. That's usually consists of your principal, your assistant principal, your academic coach. Sometimes they'll bring in a counselor as needed, but that's the core ILT.
And what do you mean when you say reteach?
So when I collect data and I realize that I have more than 60% of my class who did not understand something, as a teacher, I have to make that decision to say, okay, I have to go back and reteach it, right? So I'm going to actually identify where that gap is, and I'm going to try to hone in on that gap. There's sometimes when I get data and I realize it's a smaller population, and I might be able to pull them off into a small group. So we talk about trying to make instructional decisions based on the data. Do I have to reteach the whole class, or can I pull a small group? Or is it something I can reset real quickly?
So what do you do for the classes where they can't pull a small group? Who would help them with pulling that small group?
If you don't have a second person in the classroom, a lot of times when a teacher in her lesson, his or her lesson design, when you're releasing kids to that independent practice time where you're wanting them to show you what they know, that's ideally when a teacher who's in the room by themselves will pull that group, right? Because the other kids are working pretty much independently. They'll pull that small group. Yeah, it's pretty flexible, but it can be challenging. Okay, I'm sorry, I've jumped on the number 2. Anybody have questions about 1?
Mr. Terry, then we're gonna come to Mr. Craig.
Hey, Dr. Dallas.
Hey.
So this appears that we're reviewing where we are on the 23 to 28 strategic plan. If I actually pull up the plan, under each goal, there's objectives,
Mhm.
and all of those objectives are measurable. So for example, goal 1, objective A is by 2028, all schools will increase the percentage of teachers who exceeded student academic growth by 5% annually as measured by the EVOS system. And if I go down and look at, let's see, goal 1 of objective A, by 2028, increase the percentage of students participating in CCP or Career and College Promise Program or advanced placement courses by 3% annually. So my question is there going to be any updates in this system on where we are with those in your presentation? Is there any updates as far as where we are with each of the items in the strategic plan that's measurable?
So right now, going to be reporting out mainly on our strategies and actions. So the ones that are in the left-hand section that talk about an annual goal or a baseline goal, that's data that we're currently collecting for that first one, like EVOS data. That's actually just released. We just got our teacher growth data probably a couple weeks ago, if not less. So right now, we're really working on where are we at with the implementation of the strategies and the actions. But that is something that we will be working on.
So are you saying it's, this plan was for 2023 through 2028? It's too early for us to receive any information regarding the measurables?
So at this point tonight, we're going to be discussing more of the strategies and actions, and that's something that our team will be working on, is pulling all of the data to match it up against each goal that does have an annual or more of a quantitative percentage change.
And when will we get that information?
That's something that we'll have to schedule.
The norm is on strategic plans, 2.5 years into it is when you respond, we do show the data at that time. Okay, we had to set a baseline, and so it wouldn't be feasible to share that data at this point with an established baseline. You'll get it.
Thank you.
Mr. Craig?
I think we've used these terms interchangeably, but we got career coaches, we got academic coaches, and we got interventionists. Now, our schools now, do they all have academic coaches?
Yes.
K-12.
We currently have two vacancies, but yes. they
But
do.
academic coaches is what we call them at our schools now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have career coaches?
We have almost, is it 10 career coaches we have or 8? Because
Okay, and interventionists?
we partner just for the career coach, we partner with RCC. So they're more
Okay.
housed at our high schools, okay?
Okay,
Interventionists, a lot of those work mainly with our elementary. That's oftentimes funded out of Title I. So that's a hit or miss. Not every school made the decision that they needed an interventionist. Some of them utilize more of their instructional assistants. So that's more of a site-based decision.
so a school could have, since everybody has academic coaches, a school could have 2. If being a high school could be, nobody would have 3 of these here.
Would have 3 academic
Would have
coaches.
3, a career coach, academic, and an interventionist. Do we have anybody that has all 3?
So our high schools are the only ones that have career coaches, and
Right.
most of our high schools do not have interventionists. So most often it would be 2. It might be an
2.
interventionist and a coach, more in our elementary, or at the high school, it might be a career coach and an academic coach.
And all of these are to provide assistance to all teachers or that's on that campus.
Yep.
Okay.
And students.
And okay, last question now, if you can, Dr. Dallas, or if this is a Miss Erica question, what funds are they paid out of?
So they're paid out of different funds. So
Different ones?
I'll
Okay.
let Miss Erica explain
And the
each
reason I'm
pot.
asking
Yep.
this, it has been, part of this has been brought to me and part of it I'll bring later to Miss Erica, but what kind of funds do we pay these people from?
So the academic coaches are paid mostly from their Title I funds. The career coaches, as Dr. Dallas mentioned, is in a collaboration with RCC. So RCC pays for half. They actually pay all of them. They're employed by RCC, and then we reimburse RCC on a monthly basis for half. So we pay for 4, and RCC pays for 4. We use DSSF funds to pay for those, to reimburse RCC for the coaches. And then the interventionalists can be either out of Title I or low wealth funding.
Mr. Chair, if I may, to
Yes.
Mr. Craig's point, there was a lot of conversation from principals that I have to use my Title I funds to pay for academic coaches. That was true. What happened, Erica, if you step back, we had a $1 million cut in Title I money, correct?
We had $1 million cut in Title I as well as 069 funding. Yes, sir.
So the only place to do that, we've already planned and organized. When we look at our class sizes now, they're small. And so our intent next year, because we're probably going to have to maintain that cut, is we'll take a look at our O1 positions, because that's what it really is, as a means of funding those academic coaches in buildings that will not change our class sizes that would stop us from doing that. So we've already made plans of how to take that conversation, but it was that $1 million that we didn't know until the last minute that created that issue for us.
And one more follow-up, and Ms. Eric and I spoke about this, but I'm asked her to mention it again. We have tutoring going on during the school day at schools. The after-school tutoring changed this year. So you mentioned the 069.
Yes, sir.
Just share with everyone again about the fuel, how that was taken care of that. Now we're not doing that.
Yes, sir. So we've had that conversation from July, August through with our principals that our 069 funding would be cut. And one of the areas we had to cut was the allotments to the schools. 069 is where the schools would use to pay for the fuel and bus driver costs to have those after-school tutoring programs. So we, again, had that communication with our principals about moving to a during the day focus with interventionalists. So you eliminate the need to have those additional expenses after school, or talk with them about if they offer after school an alternative funding source through either PTO, PTA, or parents being able to pick up children.
And they can do after-school tutoring, but
Correct.
the parents have to be responsible for picking up children because there's
Unless
no
they have some
transportation.
other kind of fundraiser, or
Fundraising.
use school funds to pay those fuel bills and the bus driver costs. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Great question. Erica, the dollar amount cut to 69 was also,
Was also $1 million.
Okay.
Yes.
I love those questions because I don't want anyone to think that we just cut or we stop something. It's a funding issue. And thanks for asking the questions about everything. So $1 million cut in both areas. Something had to change, and it has to happen during the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So initiative 2, as we started with principals as instructional leaders, like I said, this is an initiative that we have spent a lot of time talking about, hearing from our principals, with this shift of moving away from managerial work to more of an instructional focus. And one of the things that I love and that will really determine or help you determine if somebody's thinking is changing or their content knowledge is changing is by the types of questions that people ask you. And our principals, the types and the levels of questions that they are asking about instruction has grown exponentially. It is no longer about the basics of a lesson design, but they want to know more detail about what should this look like when I'm in a Word workstation? What should I do when this happens? So they are growing, and it's evident by the conversations that they're having. It's evident in the planning sessions that they're leading, the data meetings that they're leading, and the type of feedback that they are providing to our teachers. Also, I think we've dealt with our ILTs, our instructional leadership teams, as not just growing them individually, making sure our AP is growing, our coach is growing, but making sure that they are growing as a team. So that has been a lot of work this year, and we're seeing a lot of dividends for that. And finally, to Dr. Williamson's point earlier, it's about expectations that are being set in a building. Nobody wants to go to work and have a culture of compliance or a culture of mediocrity, right? Our expectations in these buildings are of high expectations, making sure that all of our students can learn to the level that they're capable of. So things like providing real-time feedback, holding people accountable, accountability conversations, having a common language, those are all very instrumental in our buildings. Questions about Initiative 2? Uh-oh. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay. Kids.
How long, Ms. Christie Fields?
So we have a culture of high expectations and we're holding the teachers and staff accountable. What are we doing with the students to ensure the safety of everyone and to make sure that they understand they're being held accountable as well?
Right. So I think that starts first in the classroom. Most often it is about our teachers teaching procedures and routines. The beginning of the year, we have what we call like a rollout. It's a minute by minute plan that we kind of teach students what things look like and what this behavior looks like in the cafeteria. What does it look like when I'm on a bus? So that's the first thing. Then if we start to see that there's a higher level of need, that's where we start layering different supports. Is there another conversation we need to have? Does a counselor perhaps need to support? But we want to make sure that, yes, all of our students are safe and that all of our students feel safe in our buildings.
And our employees.
And our employees, absolutely. Yep. Because at any time, if a student doesn't feel safe, they're going to shut down. And we always talk about Maslow and Bloom's hierarchy, like Maslow's more about your socially emotional. We need to make sure that kids feel safe at school before they even want to entertain. You mean I have to learn this? And same with our staffs. They have to feel a sense of belonging. They have to feel like somebody cares about them for them to want to come in and show up at work every day.
Ms. Melissa Oshie?
So in that regard, Dr. Dallas, I have a question. Basically regarding the way we transition elementary school kids to middle school
Okay.
and their socio-emotional growth and health. I know we have like a transition day where they go out, they meet teachers, they meet the staff. And in most schools, they're placed in a separate building. I know at South Robeson, sixth graders are in one building, the rest of the kids are in a different building. And I think that's great because they don't right now need to be integrated. But I do think that an expectation should be set with the staff to understand that they're still kids.
Yeah.
They've just come freshly out of elementary school, and the expectation for them to have grown up over the summer
Right.
is not obtainable.
Yeah.
So I feel like, not to say, I know we have to let them grow up. They're going to grow into it. By second semester, they're normally into the swing of things. But I think there should be some type of transition class or transition where the staff is trained properly and the kids are given a set expectation, because you can't just throw these kids into middle school and automatically expect them to have middle school behavior when they were just in an elementary setting with teachers that were nurturing, and now they're thrown in like just thrown out there. It's a tough change, and a lot of them get into the mindset they don't want to go. They're making up excuse. They're getting sick every day, so they don't have to go. It's an ongoing thing. So I think that's something that we should look at as a district for these kids, because middle school can either make or break you. That's where the kids normally decide if they're going to continue past to the 9th grade or till they get 16. Middle school is hard.
Yeah, and I totally agree. The transition years, whether you're leaving a K-3 school going into 4th grade, or you're leaving a K-5 school going into a larger middle school experience, but we also see that transition when they go to 9th grade at the high school. Right? The size of the school, it's very easy for a student to get lost in the shuffle because it is a bigger experience. So we do have some transitions. That's where our counselors are absolutely critical in making sure that our students, like picking up those signs, making sure that students have an outlet. But the transition piece is critical, and I totally agree. That's something that we will continue to look at.
Yeah, I think some of our counselors are missing the mark when it comes to those kids.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. And to add to Dr. Dallas's conversation about the supports that are offered in the classrooms, either through interventions, how to redirect behavior. What we implemented about 4 years ago was a district-wide discipline code of conduct. So students at every school has to adhere to the same code of conduct, and that is shared with principals and administrators and teachers and students throughout the district. So again, everyone singing from the same songbook is a reason that can support those discipline issues in the building.
Bobby, if I may, and I want to make it clear, I am not going to tolerate students putting their hands on adults. I don't tolerate that. Kids are not going to be in the buildings if they're to a point that they think they can put their hands on an adult. Unacceptable. I never have. I never will. And I'll be clear about that.
And so my first conversation for today is about Initiative 3 and its equity. And as Dr. Dallas was speaking, I think all of her conversation in Initiative 1 and 2 can be summed up in the action to take place in Initiative 3, and that's equity. Because as she stated prior to the work we begin, kids were exposed to different curriculums across the district. And is that fair to all of our students? Is it fair, as Mr. Craig has stated this several times, is it fair for me to be at school A and receive this? I move and go to school B and I get something totally different. So when I think about this initiative in terms of equity, are we being fair and just? And so one of the first strategies within equity is teaching the intended curriculum. So that's the reason we established a core curriculum throughout the district, so that we would not have those inequities from kids from building to building, classroom to classroom. Because again, we all knew prior to the core, different teachers were doing different things within the classroom to what they believed the standards were. Now with a core curriculum, it is clear what the standards are and what those standards that need to be taught within the classroom. Also, another initiative that kind of came about through our work, but also we had to be more intentional in our funding, because as Miss Erica just stated, we lost $2 million last year. So we had to establish norms for how we allocated our funds and how those funds were being spent. So we created a list of district resources. What we've also done over the last few years, is we have been able to provide through ESSER funds technology in all of our buildings. So now all of our buildings are 1-to-1. So again, kids are not sitting in one classroom in one building having access to technology and then move to another building and not have that access. So again, we've also provided what we have a list of vetted programs that teachers and schools are to choose from. So as Dr. Dallas stated earlier, we just don't have random acts of, hey, I want you to go to this math PD. I want you to go to this science PD, or I want to buy this program because the salesman came by and dropped off a cake to me today. No, we're using this program because we know it works and we know it's going to support our core curriculum. Also, when we think about equity in years past, it was, are we being equal? Was everybody getting the same thing? And we know that doesn't work. We have to have different level of supports. Again, I'm going to go on Dr. Dallas's entire conversation. There are some teachers in the building that need more support through those academic coaches. There are going to be more kids in the building that need more support through either the academic coach, interventionist, or career coach. So again, we are putting people in the building so that every child has the opportunity to be successful at the end of the day and at the end of the school year and at the end of the graduation. So equity in terms of how it's addressing the strategic plan for us, it is our desire to meet every child where they're at and move them forward.
And then members, in terms of equity and budgeting, we practice, and Erica, you may want to address this, zero-based budgeting, meaning that we do not automatically roll something over because it was funded this year. If it did not meet the plan that they have to submit outcomes, then we evaluate that. But there is no automatic rollover of funding.
That's correct. We have that as part of our cabinet meetings and all of our other summer leadership as we go through talking about the next year. And a lot of times we do it without knowing what our budget is. As you all know, we don't normally have a budget over the summer, but we still have those planning meetings to discuss, what is something that the teachers feel like we need to have in place. By departments, everybody has a voice there at that table to talk about, looking forward to the next year.
Ms. Crystal Monroe, you got Ms. Crystal?
This is just like, I guess for the whole thing, is what happens when the teachers leave in middle of the school year? How are the subs or them students getting the teaching and on level as the other kids that have a full teacher in the class? Does that make sense?
Dr. Dallas, you want to address that, please?
So in some cases, depending on the experience of the sub, if it's somebody that's been subbing previously, understands the curriculum, the ideal thing is that they get plugged into that professional learning community. So as we're planning as a team, right, they're hearing that and they're planning with us. That's the ideal situation. In some situations, depending on the sub, if we can and the class size allows it, sometimes we'll disperse and break down a class and make sure that kids can move between different teachers who are there. So we do it in a variety of ways depending on the situation. We really have to look at who the sub is, what the experience level is, and what's the context of the classroom that we have.
And also, we address one of the advantages of having curriculums that has already done that design work that is scripted to some degree, that help with those subs. They don't have to create and try to figure out how to teach the standards. You simply need to follow what's already in design. Great question, but that makes a difference.
So number 4, modern and innovative learning environments and systems. I think on the agenda it has cabinet there, but we played rock, paper, scissors, and I was chosen to get up here and speak, but all my fellow cabinet members, please chime in. So goal number 1 is ensure every student receives a personalized experience in a blended learning environment. Again, I already mentioned this earlier. Part of this, we could not do this unless children had devices. So early on when we received our ESSER funds, we knew there were schools that did not have a device for every child to put in their hands. So we spent our ESSER funding to provide iPads for K1 and Chromebooks for all K2, all 213 students. Also, did staff ensure that staff has instructional material and support for that blended learning? Going back to our curriculums allow for those integration of standing up face to face, but also giving the child the opportunity to turn around and do work with the technology, using the technology to enhance their learning in the classroom. So COVID did bring about the use of Canvas, and so all of our teachers have been trained in Canvas and how to use that as a learning management system. So goal number 2 is ensure.
Bobby, I'm sorry. Before you move from goal 1 that address technology, let me ask Erica, we're in the process of evaluating our one-to-one devices. How do we replace technology devices? First of all, Erica, to replace what kids have now would cost us how much? We talked about $6 million.
I was going to say at least 5, but 6 is probably a better number, judging the fluctuation in price of technology and how, most technology is no longer the most recent thing after 18 months. So you're looking at a short timeline there of replacement.
Right.
Yes,
So
sir.
I'm sorry. So in our conversations and our planning meetings around technology, because we probably have about a year left, I think we did extend, Bobby, on our service contract for some devices anyway. We think we have a year before we're really going to be faced with that. And so at some point, we'll look at a lease to own option as a way of upgrading the devices that our kids have. That's going to be the only option because again, it would take $6 million plus to put a new device in every student and teacher's hand. So that's going to be the only option that we have. But just to make you aware, we're already planning and having that conversation.
And the Google license was also extended on for our Chromebooks. So we thought we were going to have several that were at end of life. And with Google year, I believe, go up to 10 years. Correct. A Chromebook's not going to last 10 years, but at least with the license. So we did have some Chromebooks that we thought, regardless if they were still being able to be used, the license would go dead on those devices and have to be renewed. But Google has given us up to 10-year extension there. And we do have a plan through technology that was a 5 or 6 year plan on phasing in and out by school and location to include Chromebooks, clear touch boards, all of that. We're in that plan. Yes.
Hold on one second, Mr. Bobby. Mr. Bradley Phillips, then we're gonna, Mr. Terry.
Do we currently have a dollar figure roughly of what a lease option would look like versus purchasing?
No, sir, I don't have that data right now, but I mean, we can look at that option. But again, we'd have to go back to the plan and see year by year how many we would have to cycle in and out. But we can get that information.
All right, Mr. Terry.
I was recently contacted by someone from T-Mobile, and this individual is interested in providing either anywhere from 100 to 1,000 iPads and with the devices for free, as long as we would pay like the cellular service or whatever. Is that something that we'd be interested in engaging in, or is that something that we've done in the past as far as connectivity and devices?
No, all of that funnels through E-rates, so all of that's locked into contracts, so we wouldn't be able to differentiate that and just go with T-Mobile. We'd have to do another, like through our E-rate program and put that out for bid, because right now Spectrum has the connectivity, and that is through E-rate funding.
Gotcha. So that would, from what I can gather, I think it would be their first thing with the state of North Carolina. So it would be,
Correct.
okay, gotcha.
And none of our devices have cellular. I mean, I'm sure
Right.
T-Mobile was just talking about internet connectivity, but nothing has cellular data.
Um,
None of our iPads have cellular
Mhm.
data.
Mr. Curry.
I think Ms. Erica might have mentioned, now we're talking about possibly leasing. That 6 million figures if we replaced everything at one time. Am
That's
I
correct.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, are you looking at, and I don't know how you would get to which places, which one. Okay, if we do a third next year and do a third the following, as far as purchasing, has anything like that been looked at as far as
Yes, that's
cost?
the plan I
what you were
mentioned.
talking about then?
Yes.
Okay, that's what
Yes,
I want
we
to make
have that.
sure.
I can't say, Mr. Craig, that it's actually in like a third.
Yeah,
I can't give that
just used
percentage.
that one.
But we have the schools in place that are in line next for the upgrades.
That we could
and
do the
yes,
upgrades. And it
yes,
wouldn't
sir.
cost the 6 million, it would be
No,
less.
no, sir, it
So,
wouldn't.
Looking at that compared to leasing, which one would be our best option? Is what you'll
Correct,
be
is what
looking
we're
at.
going to be looking at. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that conversation. And so in our planning meeting, we were faced with what we asked for this year for current expense. That was $6 million. That would get us locally $1,000 per child compared to where we are now at $650, the bottom in the state. And so when we looked at our push and what we want to ask the board to support is the $6 million current expense money over even technology. That led us to, let's explore the lease plan. We probably could afford that per year, but what we've got to have is current expense. Now, of the 6 million, we've got how much already?
1.3 we've been allotted and has been included since we began receiving our July appropriations. We get those monthly. So 1.3 of that 6 million has already been funded.
And what was said to us from the commissioners, once they went through the reval, finished that process, we'll sit down in the new year to see if we can get at least half this year and
Correct.
then half year 2. That's where we are, waiting to see what we can get the balance up for this year. But I want to be clear why we even consider a lease, because current expense takes precedent over anything else that we have facing us at this point. We cannot continue to operate 650 local per child.
Mr. Henry?
Ms. Erica, best of my recollection, I think you gave us a figure of 374,000 a year for damage repair.
368 last year. Last school year, it was 368,
368.
$368,000.
So in a lease program, the lease company would incur those charges. Am I correct?
You can have that built into your lease. That would be, so they would give you several price points if you wanted to layer in insurance and all of that. But typically in a lease option, that's a requirement to have the insurance.
So that'd be a major factor in the reconsideration.
Yes. And sometimes depending on the device, like I know when we looked at iPads, they would have a buyback value that you could then funnel into new devices.
Okay, goal number 2, ensure that students and staff demonstrate mastery of digital literacy skills. So we have employed digital teaching and learning coaches at all of our schools to assist staff members with this. But also at the beginning of the school year, we offer training for both students and staff on internet safety and digital or technology protocols. We also have our students and staff sign off on a technology agreement at the beginning of every school year. And the state is supporting Go Guardian for this year. So we currently have Gaggle as a system that will notify us if students make a threat or have inappropriate items through their email. It could be a picture of a gun. It's going to notify the principal to go investigate that. So we do have measures in place to ensure or to help ensure that our students are using technology appropriately. And lastly, goal number 3 was deliver mobile and flexible access to business systems. So I'm going to go back to a very, very old terminology that was used when computers first came out, and it's GIGO. So that's garbage in, garbage out. So part of our initiatives over the last couple of years has been to clean up all of our systems to ensure that we have accurate data in there. And that is going to be even more crucial this year as we transition from Power School to Infinite Campus to ensure that all of our student data is accurate and up to date. Because again, that is the starting point for all of our funding and other programs as we move throughout the district. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to discuss Initiative 5, Excellent Professionals. We have 2 goals under that particular initiative. The first goal is to ensure high-quality professional development process or cycle. So one of the things that we feel great about is that we made sure that there is an alignment with our professional development. So at the district level, we have planned our calendar throughout the year so teachers know that we have these designated times to do professional development. We're asking the same thing from our schools to go through and set their professional development dates as well. And so a part of it is looking at the comprehensive needs of each school, that they decide what is a need for that school as relates to professional development. At the district level, we're doing the same as that thing. And so you have an alignment there, so there's no random acts as relates to what people are getting as a whole. Next, we want to continue to strengthen and expand our professional learning communities. So a part of that is doing more planning and data meetings within our PLCs and really settling what those PLCs actually look like and the function of our PLCs. So when they come, these are not writing sessions, but these are actually problem-solving sessions, trying to get to the root of student learning, to improve student learning, and look at what we need to address as far as misconceptions in the learning process to address it, to make sure that we are improving our student outcomes. We will also looking at ongoing professional development within the schools on MTSS. Dr. Bullard and her team, they're constantly meeting with our MTSS coordinators. Those MTSS coordinators are meeting with their schools regularly, at least once or twice a month, discussing strategies, data meetings, problem-solving techniques to ensure that we are doing all we can to make sure we are closing a gap of student learning. Goal 2 will focus on the recruit, development, support, and retain diverse and talented professionals. One of the things we're going to discuss later on, that we have in the PSRC the most diverse, talented team in our state, and probably I compare it to even the country. Our numbers as it relates to diversity is high. And so I feel very great about that being a part of the PSRC. We have our annual recruitment fair that's held in the spring. We're also increasing and strengthening our partnerships with our local colleges and universities. We'll be actually, PSRC has been asked to host a roundtable with UNCP on some action goals that they've been working on. And so the CNI department, along with HR, will be participating with our UNC partners on that roundtable discussion, leading those things. Utilizing our TA to teacher program. That's a state program in which we're having TAs, teacher assistants, who want to become teachers. Last year, we had 5 TAs to participate. Now, that's through the state program. But I will say this, we actually had over 15 TAs become teachers this school year. And that number is set to increase again. So that tells you a lot that the PSRC is on the move and we are building and growing our own people. We're also assigning mentors to our beginning teachers. Last year, our beginning teacher program that is overseen by Mr. Kia McKeever, our beginning teacher coordinator, actually received several praises on our beginning teacher program. And one of the parts that they received praise on was that our beginning teacher receiving academic coach support, which means the academic coaches are going in there and coaching our beginning teachers on instructional practices. And so that was a very highlight of what we're doing well in the PSRC with our beginning teachers. We're also utilizing sign-on bonuses for hard to fill areas. And so we are such as K-6, math, science, ELA, and English language learner teachers, they receive a $1,500 sign-on bonus. Exceptional children's teachers receive a $3,000 sign-on bonus, and psychologists receive a $5,000 sign-on bonus. And that is split between fall and spring semester. We also reimburse those teachers who are going through initial licensure. So all our first-year teachers who are coming in who need to obtain a license, they can receive up to a $2,000 reimbursement per year to complete their licensure. We're always, each year we're reviewing our turnover data and our trends as it relates to employment to really gauge on our staff movement. And lastly, we are increasing our efforts to collect exit interviews. And I know, Mr. Craig, we mentioned at our last board meeting about that. And so what we started doing is now that is an electronic process. And so when we have individuals to depart, they're receiving that link immediately to conduct those exit interviews so we can collect that data at the end of the year to review that as well. And so that is our district initiative 5 as relates to excellent professionals.
All right, we got 2 questions on, first up, we're gonna go Ms. Christy Fields. Then I'm gonna go Bradley, then I'm gonna go Mr. Henry.
So let's be realistic. We know that everybody doesn't do all things well. So what have you been doing to identify your weak areas or areas that need additional attention to make them better?
As it relates to teachers, or I'm just.
Well, you said excellent professionals, so in
Well,
everything
that's the title. That's the goal of the title. So once again, with our academic coaching that we're providing our teachers each day, we're making sure that when we go into those classrooms, that we are increasing our capacity of our teachers to make sure they're really paying attention to student learning. As relates to overall, we want to make sure that we are aligned with our district initiatives. So therefore, when we're at the Human Resource Department, the CNI Department, the Maintenance Department, that we're all gearing towards making sure that we are doing everything we can do to improve our capacity on our professional jobs. And so those are things that we're always constant in communication in our cabinet meetings, looking at what we're doing. Can we do better? What areas do we need to do better in? So we're always constantly reviewing that information. What are we doing as far as our practices each day in each department? So yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Bradley.
You said a link is sent for exit interviews. Who's that sent to?
So
To complete.
So individuals who are resigning or retiring, they receive a link to complete several questions about whether they're why they're leaving, their thoughts on their current job, would they consider coming back. Those are type of questions they might receive when they exit interviews,
Okay.
and then that comes to my department.
Okay. That was my next question, where it went.
So,
So if I'm the employee, the link comes to me, not my principal.
No.
right?
no,
Okay.
no one else receives that link but that individual,
Okay.
and no one else has access to it except for my department.
How is your follow-up depending on, or is it case by case, what you get back in the exit
And
interview?
it could be case by case, and some typically, like I said, some people tell us the reasons for their leaving.
Yeah.
They're not required to, and others might, and then that could result in a follow-up by my department if need be.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Henry, Terry, you next.
On the professional development piece, Dr. Dallas, is this in alignment with, like you were saying, you were interacting and the teachers are looking for the coach from the cabinet members to come in? Is that professional development in alignment with the needs of each particular school or the system? How is that monitored?
So most of the time when we're working with schools, they are identifying the needs within their own school. So they're developing a professional development kind of calendar within their own school, or along the way, they identify, like I said, gaps, and they're targeting and deciding we'll do a practice clinic, or we need to come back and revisit this. So that's done. And we do that as well at the district level, because when we go in and out of classrooms, we're collecting data. And as relay coaches, we sit down and we talk about what we're seeing. When we bring in our CIA supervisors, we're talking about what we're seeing. And that's how we're trying to identify the needs, and as well as talking. So it's all lined up. Like his BT program is lined up with what we do. In fact, most of our academic coaches help support that and deliver the professional development there.
Do we ever pull resources to come to us for professional development?
Well, you would think about, like, we have Ashley Harris from Eureka, right? She is somebody that works with them, and we do utilize her to push into our PLCs. During the summer, she did some Math 1 training. So we do utilize some of our vendors as far as with our curriculum. So mainly with this year, it's been Eureka. And then we also have some support for our CSI schools, that we have some L staff that come in and help and support ILTs within schools. So once again, though, that's tailored to what that school needs. It's not, this is what we do everywhere. They're tailoring the professional development to that school.
I'm sorry, Mr. Henry.
One more question. The curriculum that we are using now, do they have any resources to give any professional development?
Oh, absolutely.
So those companies can provide that to us
Right, like,
also?
so Ashley Harris, she works with Eureka.
Okay.
She's the one that worked with our original
I got you.
rollout, right? She knows that in and out. Our teachers love her because she's established a relationship with them. They trust her. So we utilize her a lot, like I said, to push into specific grade levels. Once again, it's not everybody getting the same thing. It's pushing into 7th grade and making sure they understand the content for their grade level. So we do utilize them.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before you
Yes.
go to Terry. Mr. Henry, your question is a conversation we've had. How do we resolve our capacity issue? How do we grow our employees? And we made a conscious decision, and you think about it, is we can't depend on external to solve our internal issues. So we became very intentional in growing and building capacity internally to sustain it. Great question. That's been our plan, and it's been extremely successful, and we put in a tremendous amount of training. But if we're going to resolve our issue, it has to happen internally. Great question.
Mr. Terry?
So, Mr. Campbell, you mentioned the $2,000 incentive for someone to be licensed. Who's that for?
So those are who are named initial licensed teachers. So those teachers who did not go through a actual teacher program undergrad, who are coming in, Jamal Campbell, who want to teach science at a school, and I have a 4-year degree, but I need to obtain my actual teaching license. I can actually get the $2,000 reimbursement each year to complete my certification for my teaching license. Those are individuals who receive that reimbursement.
Is that same incentive available for TAs that want to be teachers?
So once again, you have the TA, the teacher program that we can actually put them in for that as well. But I'll have to get them.
The TA, the
Erica.
teacher program, that's through the state, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what are we doing here for our TAs, the teachers?
So we have two parts. We have the state TA to teacher program, which this year for the first year became a reimbursement program. Previously, we would get allotted $4,600 per TA, and I think would have 5. So we get an allotment and we'd spend from that. Now it's a reimbursement basis, but we also in our Title II 103 budget had a process, the same process in place for an additional 5 employees. So we're using our Title II funds to double the amount of TA to teachers that can participate in that program. Our TAs that become teachers are also eligible for the sign-on bonus. We used to have a provision where you couldn't have been employed with us in a certain amount of time, but we've changed that to say you couldn't have been employed as a teacher. So if they come in, part of TA to teachers, they become a teacher in one of those hard-to-staff areas, they qualify for the sign-on bonus. The $4,600 is to help them pay any cost at the college they're attending for tuition. And then we also would pay for their praxis test, their first test. So those are some of the things we're doing.
So you said something about you're supporting 5?
5 from the state and 5 from Title II.
Okay.
That's how much we budget for. There's an application process and an interview process that HR goes through to bring in those that are interested. So at this point, we may not have a total of 10 that are participating currently. They'll look at that program again. I think you do it twice in the fall, to start for in the fall, and then they look at a spring cohort as well.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here wondering if there's a number of TAs that would like to participate in that program that maybe we don't have funding for.
Based on the application process and the interview process, there hasn't been more than 10 at any time that want to come in and that are eligible and go through that process. There has not been more than 10 at a time that showed an interest. Not saying they're not there, they just didn't come forward during those processes.
And just FYI, Mr. Terry, that process is actually, we sent out, I think Ms. Jessica sends out an email at the beginning of the year alerting those individuals who want to be a part of that program. We have a deadline that we have to submit to, but that is widely broadcast so that any TA who wants to be a part of that program, they can come forward and see if they're eligible to participate in that program.
Yeah, if there's ever a time that we run into more than 10 that want to participate in that, and you need any kind of board support to increase that number, I'm sure that we would try to support those initiatives. Thank you.
Ms. Krista Fields?
One question. Will you define hard to fill areas? How is that defined?
So hard to fill areas such as our science, math, ELA, exceptional children, those are some of our top areas that are hard to fill, meaning They typically have the most vacancies. Typically, there's a lot of people who may not actually go into those particular areas initially, such as EC. And so we try to incentivize individuals who possibly want to actually teach in those areas to come with us at the PSRC in those areas. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bring you greetings from the Communications Department. Ms. Jennifer could not be here today, so I'll be presenting on Initiative 6, Communication and Community Engagement. Communication, we are always looking to improve our communication modes, and we want to be clear, consistent, and concise with our communication. And like some old timers in Robeson County would tell you, I can show you better than I can tell you. So I'm gonna walk you through some things. Goal number 1, ensure high performance communication. Everybody's pretty familiar with our Thrill Share call out system, correct? We use that to communicate with our parents. We text and we call. We also send out our newsletters monthly through that system. Did anybody know about the Parents Corner? Are you pretty familiar with the Parents Corner on our website? I'm gonna take you there. Cole has already clicked it for me. Ms. Brindlin helped put this together, and she could not be here today for personal matters. So any parents that have questions, they can go directly to our website. If you're watching, robeson.k12.nc.us, and under the banner that shows our video, you will see Parents Corner. You can click that button, and all of this information here is accessible to you free of charge. Any question you have, scroll all the way up for me, Cole, if you would. There's a vast amount of information on here, from calendars to resources, our parent guide to student achievements on there as well, and some things to do with registration, and then NCDPI, our welcome letters on there as well. So there's a lot of resources our parents can access here, and that is such a vital component to us with our public and our parents, so they know what's going on. Also, if you'll transition back, Cole, when I came on as a one-woman department, I realized I needed a little help. So I was able to purchase Meltwater. It is a social media management software where I can cross-post, and I can mine my data from all of the Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of the channels. And that also shows us our mentions as well. So I'm able to streamline the process and know what's going on, know where we're being mentioned, know where we can improve, and I get feedback pretty quickly through that, and I'm able to shoot out our messages about our board meetings easily there, and other information to our publics. So that's another big thing that I use. Also, if you look on the right, that's going to be one of the ways that we measure our progress through the Meltwater software. So hang with me. We also use our internal staff newsletters. You get those weekly. They've had a break since I've been on leave, but I will start that back up this week. For our staff to know what's going on. And in that's a little calendar, so they know all the little things that we observe every month. And also our external monthly newsletters have basically all of our stories and things that we've put in under our news section. We send that out through our Thrill Share system every month to our parents. They can go on there and see everything that's been posted, everything that's been going on with PSRC. So that is goal number 1. Again, we always strive to improve, and there's always communication. You never really arrive at communication because you always have changes, and you have to act fast, think proactive, not reactive, and it is a challenge for sure. Goal number 2, boost stakeholder engagement, our strategies. So some of these fall under Ms. Jennifer. We have parent liaisons at our schools, and they help bridge the gap between the school and the home. They really work to coordinate things, and they speak with our parents and keep everybody informed. Also, I think they help plan the parent nights at those schools as well. Communication tools, we talked about that. We talked about our call out system. We talked about our social media as well. And, just empowering families, celebrating all the good stuff going on. Hey, we want you to be part of our system. We want you to be part of our children's education, because you matter. It starts at home. Education starts at home. So we want you to be involved. And that's such a big part of the communication, is connection, right? Family engagement nights are such a vital component to that. Ms. Brindlin, our family engagement specialist is over that and planning those, and she falls under Miss Jennifer's department. We have seen a giant leap in those events. They're more interactive, exciting, and we have one coming up this month, actually. So also, our resource list, we have various resource lists. If you went back to that parents corner, the parents corner where we were at, there was resources up at the top. If you just scroll to the top, parents, if you're watching, make sure you hit this up and see what's going on here. And you can access a lot of information right at your fingertips here. So to measure progress, we want to utilize Meltwater, like I talked about, to track our social media trends and engagement. I think I gave you guys a report last year on that, and it showed, that we're rising with our engagement and our publics interacting with us. Also, so this is a draft, but it's in progress, sending out an annual communication survey to identify areas for growth. So that is, I do have a draft, and that is something that I think it's time to do again. We sent out a survey from Brindleton a couple years ago to gauge how parents like to receive information from us and how they like for us to communicate with them. And we were able to get some really good information from that. So we will be sending out a survey in the future to identify our growth. And also, lastly, we'll monitor communication improvements and stakeholder engagement increases each year. And again, that is one of the modes we will do so. Anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Manuel?
I don't have any questions. I have a comment that
Okay.
maybe something you could consider, you and the superintendent, is highlight a parent, maybe somewhere in some of your activities, that maybe a parent from a community, maybe started a new business or received an award or something, to make it a little more personal if you can. I think
Okay.
that would be cool.
Okay.
Just-
Again, always looking for new ways to
Yeah.
improve, always looking for
That
new,
would be-
new
that would-
story ideas too, to put
Yeah,
out
that would
there.
make it personal, and I think parents would really like that. Maybe try to get someone from each district each month, maybe, or each week. I don't know. You wouldn't have time to do it every week, but put a picture in your parent corner or something.
Okay.
Because people like to be recognized, and that would make it a little more personal. Maybe they would read it more just to see who made it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Think about that idea and see if you like it. You're the superintendent.
Absolutely. And we try to send out news stories about the exciting things our kids do, their awards, our staff members, just try to celebrate as much as we can. And yeah, we're certainly open to the parents being
Parents like to
involved.
be patted on the back too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And advisory councils too. You probably see that under the actions as far as councils. But anyway, we are in draft of doing a superintendent's advisory council. We already have a parent advisory council. For the parents watching, please email Ms. Brindleton, brindleton.thompson@robeson.k12.nc.us and get involved. We want you to be involved in our students' education and your students' education. And, we want to be transparent. We want you to join us in that journey. And Ms. Jennifer also mentioned a principal advisory council to help as well as we try to improve our communication to our publics. Any more questions?
Mr. Terry?
Ms. Jessica, do you have any idea why it seems like over the past couple of years, our coverage in terms of meetings has decreased in the Robesonian?
Well, one way to combat that, I have started doing the board meeting highlights on our website. And I try to every meeting, and I've been out, on leave, but I'm back now. Every meeting I try to put the high points of what we covered. And I try to mention, the celebrations, recognitions, and photos. But yes, we have noticed that. But again, I share that on social media. I share that in our monthly newsletters and on our websites. So our media are being made aware every week, as you see, when we send out those announcements, or every month as we send out those announcements, that they are more than welcome to come. We encourage our news media to come, from the Fayetteville Observer to News 13 to the Robesonian. They're all welcome to come. And again, if they have any questions about meetings, they can call us. I think part of that too is, we're streaming YouTube now, and it's easy for them to hop on and hear better on there. So that could be a part of it. But again, trying to combat that is putting out the board meeting highlights, trying to do that every meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Jessica.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessica. I think we need a break. We need about a 15-minute break. Anybody want to make a? Okay, well, let's do a 15-minute break.
Good afternoon again. Just board members, if you will, on Tuesday night, the PSRC Holiday Committee has decided to do, have a wreath contest per department. So either before the board meeting or during the break on Tuesday night, we will have the wreath set up. We would just like for you guys to judge those wreaths, and we'll announce a winner on Wednesday. But we will have a wreath from each department representing the work that we do. And just if you guys, please just judge those wreaths for us on Tuesday night. So next on the agenda is the Civil Rights CTE review. DPI selects a minimum of 2 to 3 schools per year to review the facilities at the high school or places where we have offer CTE courses. So all of our high schools were visited this school year with the exception of early college. Early college would fall under the umbrella of RCC whenever they do their visit. And since we are in the process of building the new CTE building, they did not visit the Career Center, but they did visit our 5 traditional high schools. So what I will do for you very briefly today so that you have an understanding of the findings of those reviews is walk through the report that was shared with us. You should have a long document that was placed on you. I did not title it, but just across the top, it says school general site, findings of noncompliance and location. So as we shared in our finance and construction meeting the other night, this is one of those requirements that does not come with a funding source with it other than our own funding. So what I'm going to walk through first are just minor findings. And when I classify these as minor findings, these are things that we can fix within our buildings with minimal cost and hopefully be able to absorb under the work of our maintenance department. So please understand that our maintenance department, departments are working on these things that will take them away from other things that are occurring in the school. So you're going to see kind of the same language as it flows through this whole report. I'm not going to walk through every page of this report, but I will pick on Fairmont quite a bit because they are the first school listed. So you're going to see drinking fountain not accessible. So if you look on page 1 of the report, 3rd down, it tells us that the water fountain in the field house and locker room number 2 at the baseball field is not ADA accessible. So that means we need to replace that water fountain with an ADA accessible water fountain. Okay. And you're going to find that language at every site. It's just not on all of these. They're going to be universal across all of our campuses. So the second you're going to see is ADA signage. If you will look on page 5, number 3 on page 5 at Fairmont, it's going to say toilet rooms are not accessible. There is no directional signage to the nearest accessible restroom. So again, we're going to have to go to each restroom that is not ADA compliant, place a sign there that says nearest restroom, and I'm again using Fairmont, may be hallway A or building A, room 3. So again, although it sounds easier saying all we have to do is place ADA signage at these locations where the bathroom's not ADA accessible, no, each sign's going to have to be unique because it's going to have to point to a specific direction or to a specific location within the building. So sink heights and exposed drainage, if you will look again, page 7, at the bottom, it tells us that the lowest sink measures 37 and 38, and it lists all the places that these sinks are out of compliance in terms of height. So we will have to go in and replace at least one sink at every location to meet ADA compliance. And also the other sinks that are in there on page 8, if you will flip over, says lowest sink did not have covered pipe. So anywhere we have a sink or any plumbing fixture, we have to ensure that the pipes are covered if they're exposed, in case someone with a wheelchair decides to use that sink and hit the piping or whatever. Next, we have student seating, and I'm going to back up on this one. if you will look at page 2, the last one on that page for Fairmont. And actually it goes over to page 3 as well. We have 2 good examples here. So it says student seating measures approximately 41 inches above finished floor. Those tables are not adjustable in that classroom. So we're going to have to provide a certain percentage, at least one table in that classroom that meets the required height where they are ADA accessible. Another example is on page 3, the first one, where we have fixed desk. So we're going to have to remove a certain portion of those desks out of the classroom, replace them with tables so they become ADA accessible. Toilet and urinal heights, if you will look on page 6. The last one on page 6. So it says the lowest urinal is approximately 21 inches above. We have to adjust that urinal to meet ADA compliance. And just the next one, towel and soap dispenser height. If you want to look at an example of that on page 8 and 9, it gives us the measurements of the current towel and soap dispensers that are in the restrooms. And it's just a matter of adjusting those heights, and we can simply go in and replace those with new ones. So some of this work can be done and will be done by our maintenance department, depending upon the lifting of installing new toilets, new sinks, that maybe we have to reach out to a contractor. Well, during the time of this finding, we had already contracted with a vendor to begin to go around to the schools and replace water fountains in the schools already. So some of that work is currently being done prior to us knowing about this particular our particular findings here. Now, Cole, if you will flip to the next slide. So here's where some of the uncertainty lies. And these are going to be our big ticket items that we've kind of been able to get an extension on beyond having completed by August of 25 or December of 25. And these are the ones that we are uncertain about the amount of money that it's going to cost us to fix these findings within our buildings. As I stated at the previous slide, these are mandates that we are required to do with no additional funding.
And Bobby, let's point out, this is not the result of someone not doing something, mention this. This is the result, obviously, of old buildings that at the time they were accessible and met the law, but has since changed. That's what we're having a conversation about, old buildings.
Correct.
Hold on one second. Mr. Bradley?
Hey, Mr. Bradley, just quick question. Where it says your timeline column, is that a timeline that we've determined, or is that a timeline that CTEs have determined for that particular incident?
So the entire document in terms of timelines, I'm going to say we were voluntold about those timelines.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking, like, there was, like on page 2, there's one that says 2030. I didn't know if that was when we determined that.
So there
we
was
should
some
have that fixed, or-
so there was some negotiating here. We were originally told we had 10 years to spread all of these tasks out.
Okay.
Then they came back and said, no, you don't have that much time to do all of this work. So some of them it is, hey, go ahead and get it done immediately. Others, we understand your budget constraints and we understand the dollar amount tied to making this particular repair or fix. So yes, we will give you extended time. So it was a combination of, hey, we think we can get this done now, but then there's also, they came back and said, no, you need to back some of this stuff up sooner.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Melissa?
How often are these reviews done, Mr. Bobby, for these things that have been so outdated?
And speaking with Mr. Herman, he said his recollection, the last time that we probably went through something similar to this was over 25 years ago. So again, the DPI only selects 2 districts per year. So the likelihood of us being selected again, unless we got some very, very young folks in here, is highly unlikely.
Mr. Henry?
That was going to be my question, Mr. Bobby, who actually came in and done the inspections? Was it county or was it the state?
No, so it was a state team. It was under the direction of the state, but there were CTE directors from across the state that came in. And so when you see some of these measurements, it was actually these guys walked in or folks walked in with measuring sticks and said, let me put this at the door frame. Let me put this at the sink. Let me put this at the table and get an exact measurement. This is not, hey, I think this table's 50 inches above the ground. So major findings. If you will look on page 1, the last one there, it says there is no audio amplification system, and this is at Fairmont High in the gymnasium. You're going to find that at, I think it's at all of our schools. This is not a PA system. This is a system in which an individual who is deaf, the hard of hearing, can come in. We give that individual a device. That individual at that time is able to hear what's happening in the gym for whatever program we have going on at that particular time. We have reached out to several vendors through Cole, and we have not been able to obtain a price for what that would cost us. So again, that would be something that would have to be placed at all of our schools. Next, you're going to see this throughout configuration of our parking lots. A lot of the language you're going to see is there's no accessible path between the parking lot and the school. So a lot of our schools do not have signage and the appropriate number of spaces. So if we will, Cole, can you get to Fairmont High, and I'll walk through Fairmont High as an example. So what the group came in and did is they had us to identify student parking versus faculty parking versus visitor parking. So one of the things you can see here for Fairmont High, and I'm sorry I did not let you know where that was at, on page 3 and page 4, the last one on page 3, and the first 3 or 4 on page 4. So it's an individual finding per occurrence at each school. So one of the things they've said is at Fairmont High, and if everybody's been to Fairmont High, we understand that this is the student parking lot. This is a big hill that comes up to the school. I think over here we have a couple of visitor parking spaces, and there may be 1 or 2 handicap accessibles over there. Or identified handicap accessibles. So we got cited for not an appropriate number of student handicap accessibles. There's not an accessible handicap path from from the parking lot to the school. So if anybody knows anything about Fairmont High, this is a hill. This is a hill. So in order to obtain an accessible path, you have to have a certain incline per so many feet and so on in order to meet that. So one of our solutions, and this is where we're going to have to have conversations with an outside individual, because we're required to have, I think it's 7. We have to have 4 parking spaces, and 2 of those have to be van. So there's no way we could build an accessible ramp from down here to up here. So we're going to have to convert this little parking lot here to handicap. So again, that's going to change the operation, because when I was at Fairmont 20 years ago, this was office parking up here. So now this is going to have to change so that we can meet the requirement of having an appropriate number of ADA parking spaces at Fairmont High. And I just wanted to show you this as an example. We're going to have to go through every parking lot at every school and identify handicap parking and ensuring we have an accessible path from that parking lot to the school for students. And so that may mean at some places we have to pave a sidewalk going up to the building. There are different things that we have to do in order to correct some of the things that nobody's fault, just may not have been in place when this parking lot was built. But we are trying our best to minimize. Of course, we know we don't have the money to go build another parking lot at any school, but in order to reconfigure parking lots that are currently there to meet the requirements within the findings.
Mr. Cray, hello, Mr. Bobby, Mr. Cray.
I was just comment from further back, Mr. Bobby, where all these, the water fountains, whatever is gonna have to be adjusted. I think there probably will be some painting that will have to be done. And, so that's probably gonna be an expense. Well, I know that we will occur, because if not, we're gonna have some bad looking places.
Yeah. And so that was the reason, again, prior to this, we contracted with an individual because they would come in, because in some instances, we're going to have to move piping. We may have to change some electrical stuff. So again, that individual would come in. Of course, we're providing the water fountains. They come in,
Do all of it.
install, and everything. It's a turnkey job.
That's good.
Yeah. And again, we're not, let me make this clear. We are not replacing every water fountain. So if there's a water fountain that remains in place that's not handicap accessible, again, going back to my signage that I mentioned earlier, we have to place a sign at that water fountain saying the nearest ADA accessible water fountain may be down the hall at room 100.
And Mr. Bobby, just reiterate again that we're not getting no money, no funding for this. Is there no funding that we could go out after to do all of this? Is that correct?
That is correct. These are an unfunded mandate.
All right.
Everything that you see in this document, we are not getting any additional capital outlay funds to complete what you see in this in these findings. Okay. And the last big ticket item, and I want to be clear when I say this does not mean that anything is wrong with the bleachers at any of these three facilities. It just means that these three facilities, the current bleacher system does not have handicap accessibility at them. So again, based upon the time frame these bleachers were put in, they were not required to have handicap accessibility at that time. So in talking with our bleacher representative that's been in the county for the last few years, or at least since I've been in this position, and talked to him about modifying some of these, he has kind of said, in his experience, that once you touch that set of bleachers, you have to get all of it up to code. You just can't go there and cut out a section, make it handicap accessible. You didn't have to go to the sides. You have to go to the top. Everything has to be redone. And what he has found, it's cheaper or more economical, not cheaper, more economical to replace the bleachers than to try to go and bring it up to code piece by piece. So at some point in time throughout this, we will have to address bleachers at Fairmont High, Red Springs High, St. Paul's High. And if you want to see the statement that they have for Fairmont High, it is page number 2, the first one. And the reason that, again, the part of the study or walkthrough was to say that all children have access to everything within the building. So these 3 schools only identified the gym as the place where they would have student meetings. And so as this being the only place that every student in the building would come to at one time, means that we have to modify this place so that children in wheelchairs or who have some type of physical disability would have access to the gym. But again, just want again, we don't have a firm dollar amount on all of this. It's just, we're just going to have to kind of play it as we go. But we do know at some point in time, there are big ticket items in this that we're going to have to address.
All right, Mr. Craig, and I think that's the last one.
I'm sorry, I just can't resist. Another unfunded mandate from whoever. And folks, we just periodically get these. They'll say, you got to do this, got to do that. And there's some good things here, but they don't provide any funds to do it. And it will happen periodically.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and so from our construction and finance meeting, we had conversation unfunded, which means this becomes our capital projects for this year. I know, Dr. Manuel, you had a list the other night, and we said, hold on, this is what we were talking about, hold on. But this is our priority. We have a timeline. that we have, this is our capital projects for this year.
Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you. These are mandates that have been around for quite a while from the federal government and under state and federal regulations to deal primarily with accessibility issues for disabled people. It is, while it's an unfunded mandate, there is a mandate that your county commissioners supply the funds to meet your capital needs. And these are not only capital needs, they're requirements. So.
All right, thank you. How long? Got one more? I didn't see you, Brad. I'm sorry.
Just came about. So
Brad,
going off of what Dr. Schultz just said, does our county commissioners have any clue of this yet that anybody knows of?
To my knowledge, no.
We have not. In the new year, we'll start budget talks and we'll have.
Start that conversation. All right, next we have school board governance by Richard Schwartz. Schwartz. No, I'm just getting my book. I'll get my book out.
Stand beside him and hunt you.
Yeah, I would cut that mic off. I gotta talk an hour without, I got my timer on.
Test. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Is this working okay? Okay. Which is clearer? Does it make a difference? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I've got a presentation prepared that is designed, it's designed initially for new board members, but it's a real good refresher for ongoing board members. I'm not going to say old board members. And I asked that you also bring your statute books, and I want to point out a couple of things that you've got in your statute book for those of you who may not be that familiar with it. The general statutes that govern school laws primarily are in Chapter 115C of the general statutes, and that's half of this book. The other half of the book, after you get through with Chapter 115C, are selected provisions from the state constitution and selected provisions from other laws from other chapters of the general statutes that deal with public schools. And so sometimes you might see a reference to another statute that's in Chapter 14, which are the criminal laws, for example, or any other section of the general statutes. And that may or may not be in the back of your book, but a lot of folks don't realize that this is more than just Chapter 115C, which are the public school laws. Also, you've got an attachment of handouts. And what I've done is I've selected different board policies that deal with board governance, and we'll refer to them throughout this presentation. So without any further ado, we'll get moving along on this. This training is an overview. It's not exhaustive. And I want to focus primarily on board authority and duties. And so your different responsibilities as a board and your responsibilities as individual board members. And I want to talk to you about, before we even talk about this generally, you are VIPs, okay? You are very important people. Without insulting anybody, you are not very important persons, okay? And what I mean by that is, as an individual, although you're an elected school board member, you have absolutely no authority whatsoever with regard to the public schools of Robeson County. As a body of school board members, you have a lot of authority, all right? So keep in mind the difference between the authority that you don't have as an individual and the authority that you do have as a public body. So as an individual, you have nothing. So keep that in mind, all right? So if you look in your hymnal, your public school law book at 115C47, that's the board's powers and duties. And that statute goes on for a lot of pages. And it's got 78 different subsections. You might look at it and say, well, wait a minute, if I get to the end of it, it's got 68. But you might see 2 68s are there and a whole bunch of other subsections. So there are 78 different subsections in that statute. And if you go to the end of that statute, you'll see the legislative history, you'll see that gets added to almost every single time the General Assembly comes to town. Almost every time, every session they come in and they add something to the authority and the powers and duties of the local Board of Education. So that's in 115C-47. If you look to the top of those pages, you'll see the statute numbers. 115C-40 is also an important statute for you to know about. It says that the board is a corporate body. So the Board of Education is a public corporation, and you are the board of trustees of that corporation. So the board has a separate corporate identity. All right. So in North Carolina, school boards are public corporations, and that's the identity. That's important because a corporation has a separate legal existence, just as an individual has a separate legal existence. And then 115C-36 is kind of a catch-all statute that says that while you've got all these 78 different subsections telling you what the board's authority and duties are under 115C-47, if there's something else that deals with the public schools that is not enumerated in 115C-47 or any other law, then it's your responsibility. If it's not assigned to some other body and it deals with the public schools, then you're responsible. And that's what 115C-36 stands for. We've got different board policies that address this as well, and they're laid out here. I'm not going to go through them, but for your homework assignment, you can go through the index to handouts and look at these board policies that are up here on this particular slide. And I do want to call your attention to policy, the last one that's listed there in the first section, policy 2100, board member legal status. And that's the one that tells you that you don't have any authority as an individual board member. You only have authority when the board is taking action as a corporate body in a legally called meeting under the open meetings law. So if 6 of you get together in an open meeting and vote to take action by majority vote, then you've got authority. At that point, you are very important persons, okay? And at that point is when you have authority by majority vote. All right, so take a look at in board policy 2100, the one I just mentioned to you. One of the things it says is board members have authority only when acting as a body duly called in session. They have no authority over school affairs as individuals or as groups of individuals. So none of you, for example, could go into a school and tell a principal what to do, okay? Or tell anybody what to do. Tell a groundskeeper what to do. Go to that slide that Bobby had up there at Fairmont High School on that football field and go to the groundskeeper and say, oh my God, you guys got to get out here and fix this football field. All right, board policy 2010, the board and superintendent relations, we're going to talk about that, but that's a very important policy to deal with regard to the superintendent. But if you look at 2010, and it's in this index to handouts at page 6, one of the things that it says is that all directions for action shall be given to the superintendent by the board acting in official meetings. No member of the board may individually give orders or directives to the superintendent except as expressly authorized by the board. So again, that's the difference between a not very important person and very important people. You only have authority as a group. If you look at policy 2220, official school spokespersons, your board policy says the official spokespersons for the district are the chairperson and anyone he designates, and the superintendent and their authorized designees. And anyone who speaks as an official in their official capacity as spokesperson for the board speaks from the standpoint of the best interests of the district, not expressing their own personal feelings. Delegation of board authority can be done by the chairperson or by the superintendent. to their designees. Standards for behavior for board members. There used to be a statute, 115C39, that was repealed back in 2007 that actually that had a process for removing school board members who misbehaved. That was only used 3 times and the whole time it was ever on the books. I did 2 of those cases. They weren't very much fun. But that statute was repealed because it probably violated due process provisions. And so it hasn't been replaced by any particular statute, but we do have a policy 2116 dealing with removal from office. And it basically cites to the new statute that was the school board members were added to, 14-230, that's up on there, up on this slide. And that's a criminal statute. Any statute that begins with chapter 14 is a criminal statute. And it's entitled willful failure of school board member to discharge the duties of their office. So if a school board member willfully omits, neglects, or refuses to discharge any of the duties of their office, then that can be a class 1 misdemeanor. It's a criminal offense. And if the finding is that it was not only willful, but corrupt discharge from office, then the judge hearing the case can remove the school board member from office. So that is a statute that has not yet been used since it was revised several years ago to add school board members. There's also an old common law doctrine called a motion. That's one word, A-M-O-T-I-O-N. And that derives back from the common law of England. And there have been a couple of members of boards of county commissioners who have been removed from office under a motion for a motion, a procedure for a motion that deals with a school board member not complying with their duties. Excuse me, not school board member, county commissioner not complying with their duties. And that could be applied to a school board member. As a practical matter, there's very little opportunity to remove a school board member, and the opportunities for dealing with a non-compliant school board member call for things like a censure, or they could be removed from positions of leadership or committees, or restricted from receiving board funds for things like going to conventions and that sort of thing. So let's talk about other standards of behavior for board members. There's a statute that was added to that first one I mentioned to you that's got the 78 different subsections. 115C47 subsection 57 requires boards of education to adopt a code of ethics that complies with another statute, 16883, and you've done that, and it's Board Policy 2120, the Code of Ethics for School Board Members. If you haven't reviewed that lately, you need to review that. So look at Policy 2120, it's in your index to handouts, the Code of Ethics for School Board Members. And another homework assignment you have is to study that for future reference, and I'm going to refer to a couple of provisions of that as we go along. There's a statute, 115C50, that requires that board members get training. So when you go to the School Boards Association convention, for example, or this session today, for example, you get credit for the training that you're getting today. So board members are required to get 12 clock hours of training every 2 years. And you're also required every time you're elected or reelected, or if you were appointed, as soon as you're appointed, you have to get at least 2 hours of ethics training, and that can be included in the 12 clock hours of training. But you're required to get those 2 hours of ethics training upon your election or appointment, and then again upon the reelection. So every 4 years, you would have to get that training in ethics. And the board clerk, in your case, under your board policy, it's the superintendent, has to maintain a record of that training for the board hours. And the ethics training has to be done within 12 months of your election. So it starts when you're elected and that election is certified, even though that's before you're actually sworn in. Okay? Anybody have any questions on the training requirements? All right. Moving right along, let's go on to conflict of interest. There's a term that's used in the conflict of interest statutes and in your board policies. It's called pecuniary interest. And basically what that means is you're getting money or you're getting something of value in exchange for something else. So you are not allowed to have a pecuniary interest in any public contracts. And again, you'll see a statute that begins with 14. So this is a criminal law. It's 14234 that prohibits public officers or employees from benefiting from public contracts. So again, this is a class 1 misdemeanor for violating the statute. And the statute prohibits board members from getting a direct benefit from any contract with the school system. And a direct benefit includes getting income or property from a contract, or if your spouse has more than a 10% ownership interest, if they're getting any benefit from that. If you have an interest in a company that is trying to do business with the school system, you need to excuse yourself from any consideration dealing with that at all, that matter at all. That doesn't mean you just recuse yourself if it comes up for a vote, okay? It means that if there's been any discussion about this at all in a committee, or any discussion at the board level, or any discussion about putting out an RFP for the contract, or anything whatsoever dealing with it, make sure that you stay uninvolved and make sure that you declare what your interest is publicly. You have to publicly announce what your interest is and why you are excusing yourself from any consideration in the contract. If you have any question about it, if in doubt, ask. Okay, ask before the fact, not after the fact, because after the fact means you may have already committed a violation. All right, and we have a board policy 2121 that spells out in much more detail the board member conflict of interest. So if you have any question, that's the place to go. Another one that deals with the standards of behavior for board members is, again, a different statute. It's not in Chapter 115C, and it's not in the criminal statutes, even though the violation of this would be a misdemeanor, would be a criminal law. So this is General Statute 133-32, gifts and favors being regulated. The basic rule is it's illegal for you to get a gift from any current, recent, or prospective contractor with the board. And there are certain exceptions for getting, if you go to a convention, for example, and an architects group is sponsoring a meal, the luncheon for the entire convention, that's an exception. If it's the architect group offering to take you out to dinner, that's not an exception, okay? Same thing with the school board attorney. So that would be a violation. There are also certain exceptions for souvenirs of nominal value. So if somebody's handing out a spongy apple saying support public education, that would be okay for you to get a little trinket or something like that. Family members and nepotism, we have board policy 7100. If you're looking for a policy dealing with nepotism, that's where it is. It's 7100, which deals with recruitment and selection of personnel. And what that provision stands for is if you're getting ready to hire or promote or deal with a personnel report that has a family member on it, you should say to the board members, my family member's on this personnel list and I can't vote on it. And you also can't be, within the school system, family members can't be in direct supervisory relationships of each other. The family members go down to in-laws and grandparents, children, step relationships, and so on. So you should recuse yourself from voting. And we have a board policy 2342, voting methods. And so if you have a conflict of interest or an inability to remain impartial, if you're in a board hearing, for example, and you've already made up your mind, you should say, I need to be recused from voting in this matter because I have a conflict or because there might be concerns about my impartiality in this due process hearing, if you're in a hearing, for example. So you should state the reasons for recusal prior to taking any action or deliberating on any matter where you've got a conflict, and then you would be removed from voting. Confidentiality. I plugged in the term confidential into your board policies, and they got 37 hits. So that'll tell you it's in a lot of our board policies, requirements dealing with confidentiality. The main ones are listed up here. Board policy 2125, 7315, confidential information, which is in the index to handouts that you have, and also in your code of ethics for board members. Subsection B5, subsection B contains the commitment of board members, and it says that board members will make a commitment to respect the confidentiality of information that's privileged under applicable law and refrain from unauthorized disclosure of confidential and/or privileged information that is discussed in closed session. So closed session is like going to Vegas, okay? If it happens in closed session, it stays in closed session, all right? Anything that comes up in closed session is confidential by law. It stays in closed session. So for student information, you may recall the motion that we have when we go into closed session cites some of these statutes. So we go into closed session. If we go into closed session to discuss information that's confidential under law, the motion to go into closed session has to state what law makes it confidential. And for student information, General Statute 115C402 is the statute that deals with confidentiality of student information and student records. And we have Board Policy 4700 that deals with student records. And it's a really long policy. It's attached in your index to handouts. And it tells you all the different things that are included in student records and student information that are kept confidential. We also have federal law, 20 U.S. Code 1232G is FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. And FERPA is a really long, detailed statute, but the regulations under FERPA are much longer and more detailed than the statute is. And so it goes on and on and on about what is considered confidential student information. The bottom line for any of you board members is if it's any information about a student, keep it confidential. All right, that's as simple as I can put it. Personnel files, we also go into closed session to discuss confidential personnel information. And personnel information is kept confidential under General Statute 115C319. So there are three statutes primarily that deal with personnel files. There are some others that are scattered throughout the general statutes as well, but the main statutes dealing with personnel files are 115C319, 320, and 321. And 319, the first one of those, says that any information about an applicant, an employee, or a former employee. So anybody who ever tried to get employed here, was employed, is employed here, or was employed here, that information, and the statute says wherever located and in whatever form. So if it's in a personnel file, or if it's on somebody's desk, or if it's in the glove compartment of the principal's car, or it's in a wastebasket, or it's in a computer file someplace, okay, wherever located or in whatever form, it's exempt from the public records law and is considered confidential. The next statute, 115C320, says, however, notwithstanding that first statute, some information is public. And that's basically name, rank, serial number type stuff. It's directory type information, how much a person is making, where they're employed, and that sort of thing. And their current employment status, but not the reasons for their current employment status. So if they're suspended without pay, for example, because they're being sanctioned, or if they're suspended with pay because they're being investigated, the fact that they are suspended with pay and the date they were suspended with pay is public. The reason they were suspended with pay is not. All right. And then 115C321, the third of those statutes, says who has access to the confidential personnel file. And that statute allows for board members to have access to the contents of a personnel file, individual board members, as well as the person themselves, whose file we're talking about, their representative. The board attorney would have access to it, anybody with a court order or subpoena, and so on. There are some provisions in that statute that make it a Class 1 misdemeanor to violate the confidentiality of the information that's contained in a personnel file. If you copy it or reveal it, there are criminal sanctions for doing so. When we go into closed session, that we have a statute, a policy rather, 2321. There's our board policy for going into closed session. Attorney-client communication is also privileged. So anytime we go in and I give you legal advice in closed session, or I talk about a pending matter in closed session, that's confidential. And you shouldn't be revealing any of that. One thing I want to call your attention to is there's a North Carolina Court of Appeals case involving the Burke County Board of Education from November of 2018. And I want to tell you about that case for just a minute. What happened in that case was a couple of people came up to, well, one person came up to speak in public comment and started talking about some matters that the board considered to be sensitive and confidential. And so the board chair said, we'd like you to put that in writing to us instead of telling us about it. You know, put it in writing, you can give it to us confidentially. And so that person and another person then submitted sealed envelopes to the school board and marked them confidential. And the information that was contained in that confidential communication dealt with allegations of an affair between the superintendent and a school board employee. And so one of the school board members then felt, well, the superintendent is entitled to this information because it's a complaint about the superintendent in his performance of his duties, and shared that information. And the school board attorney shared that information, not me, with the superintendent, who then shared that information with the school employee with whom he was alleged to be having an affair. Well, the superintendent's contract was bought out. The school employee then resigned, and then she turned around and sued the two individuals who had submitted these allegations for interference with contract. The two individuals who had submitted these materials said, look, we were assured that if we submitted this, it would be kept confidential, and it wasn't. And so they sued the school board, and the school board tried to get the action dismissed. It was not dismissed, and the jury found in favor of each of the two plaintiffs who were suing the school board to the tune of $250,000 each plus costs. So, and that was upheld on appeal by the North Carolina Court of Appeals. So there can be some serious consequences for promising confidentiality where you can't really guarantee it. All right, some other standards of behavior for school board members that I want to call your attention to. Policy 2122 deals with the role of board members in handling complaints. And I've got a couple of excerpts from this that are in here that I want to refer you to. It says individual board members will refrain, that's mandatory, will refrain from taking actions on complaints other than referring to the appropriate school administrator or to the superintendent, and when appropriate, advise of complaint procedures available. Board members may also refer the complainant to the board attorney in accordance with policy 2610, which says that you should first go through the chairman to determine whether to refer to the board attorney. Individual board members will refrain from taking individual action with regard to complaints other than referring them to the proper administrative employee. So, board members can put the board in a very difficult situation if you try to help. And board members, you often don't think about this. And this is also, I want to warn the new board members, the newer board members. This is something that new board members sometimes fall into the trap of. You've been elected to the board, you want to help people, and people come to you thinking that you can help them. And so lots of times new board members say, well, I'm a board member now, I can go help. So you take it upon yourself to go check things out. Well, don't do that. You refer it to the superintendent or to the proper administrator involved rather than take any individual action. Also want to call your attention back to the Code of Ethics and two other commitments that are in the Code of Ethics at section B12 and B15. And it says that board members commit to refrain from investigating or attempting to resolve complaints received personally, but instead direct the complainant to follow the board's complaint or grievance process to resolve concerns. So we've got processes in place administratively and through board policy. We've got several different types of grievance procedures. We've got bullying and harassment complaints. We've got grievance procedures dealing with violations of state or federal law. We've got just a general complaint procedure if it's not covered under any other specific policy. We've got Title IX complaint procedures dealing with sex discrimination or sexual harassment. So we got a bajillion types of complaint procedures. Refer any person who's got a complaint to the appropriate complaint procedure or the appropriate administrator. And then section B15 in the Code of Ethics says that a board member shall take no private action that will compromise the board or administrators. So I'm dealing with a case right now at another school system where a board member went out to the school after hearing complaints about a school, one of the administrators at the school, went out to the school and started meeting individually with individual teachers. All right. And principal was ultimately removed and is now suing that board member as an individual. Okay. So that's a public case. I'm not telling you anything that's confidential. Board policy 1742 also deals with, is a general policy called responding to complaints. So if it doesn't fall within any of our many grievance policies that we have for different types of complaints, we've got a catch-all policy called responding to complaints. That's any kind of complaint. Okay. If Ms. Patty likes to use paper clips, and Dr. Williamson says, I hate paper clips, use binder clips. And Ms. Patty says, I don't like binder clips because they bother my thumbs, and I'm not going to use binder clips. Well, she can make a complaint under that board policy about it. I mean, it covers anything you can possibly think of. All right. So, and then we've got the superintendent's contract. And there's a provision in the superintendent's contract that I want to call your attention to. It's under the superintendent's duties. And it says the superintendent shall is mandatory, okay? It's not might or may, it's shall. Superintendent shall, I always tell people, anytime you're reading the statute, if you see the word shall, shout it out. It'll help you understand the statute better. It's mandatory. The superintendent shall have charge of the administration of the schools under the direction of the board. He shall direct and assign teachers and other employees of the schools under his supervision, shall organize, reorganize, and arrange the administrative and supervisory staff, shall select all personnel subject to the approval of the board. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more in a minute. All right. The board individually and collectively, so individual board members and you as a body, okay, individually and collectively shall promptly refer all criticisms, complaints, and suggestions called to its attention to the superintendent for study and recommendation, and shall refrain from individual interference with the administration of school policies except through board action. So again, that's telling you as an individual, don't do anything except through board action, okay? In addition to referring criticisms and complaints to the superintendent, board members are to refer persons having complaints or criticisms to the teacher, principal, or administrative staff member who's involved. So excessive involvement by board members in complaints could implicate due process procedures that might arise later on if we're dealing with personnel action that's taken against somebody and it gets appealed to the board. You might have to excuse yourself from being involved in that. Same thing with a student matter that might get appealed to the board. So please don't make it necessary for the board or the board attorney to intervene in anything like that. Bottom line is stay in your lane as a board member, and remember your role only occurs on the board. For individual board members, again, board is a corporate body and the members of the board have authority only when acting as a board legally in session. Board policy 2122 deals with board members' role in handling complaints. We already talked about that. For school visits, I want to talk to you about school visits for a second. This is not expressly in your board policy. Some boards have a policy, that says this, but you don't have this in your board policy. But board members are encouraged to visit schools to find out what's going on in the schools and to inform yourself and get a better understanding of things. But when you do that, don't just show up at the school and say, hi, I'm a board member here. Would you have somebody park my coach in the back? Don't show up at the school without advance notice. Call the superintendent, let him know that you're going to the school. Call the principal, let the principal know that you're going to be there, or ask the superintendent better yet, ask the superintendent to call the principal and let them know that you're going to be there. In matters that are related to your own children, you are a parent and you have all the rights of a parent to go into that school just as any other parent does, but you have no more rights than any other parent does to go into that school. And again, you check in at the school and you check in at the office just as any other parent does, and you deal with this just as any other parent would. You have no responsibility or authority to give directives to school staff, and that's in Board Policy 2010. It's explicitly spelled out in Board and Superintendent Relations. For information requests, if you want to ask for any information about a school or a policy or what's going on, make that information request to the superintendent. All right, and that's you don't go to the school and ask the principal to write you up something explaining something. You don't have any authority to give directions to the superintendent, to the principal. You also don't have any authority to give directions to the superintendent as an individual. The board gives directions to the superintendent, not board members. So if you have a request, you can make that request known to the superintendent, but you can't give any directives to the superintendent. Again, don't make it necessary for the board or the board attorney to intervene. Certain rules of conduct. Let's talk about the personnel matters, administration in personnel matters. General Statute 115C47, that one that we looked at in the beginning with the 78 subsections, subsection 18 says that you can make rules dealing with the conduct of employees and the kinds of reports they shall make. You select the superintendent, and that is the only person you select as an employee of the school system on your own. It's in General Statute 115C271. Again, we looked at the policy dealing with board and superintendent relations, and 7420 is the job description of the superintendent. It lists all the responsibilities of the superintendent, and it's in your indexed materials. I'm not going to review that right now. But for hiring personnel, other than hiring the superintendent, which you as a board do on your own, every other employee in the school system is governed by these statutes that are up on the board right now. For all of those statutes, it says that the board, comma, upon recommendation of the superintendent, shall hire these people. For assistant and associate superintendents, principals and supervisors, and teachers and all other school personnel. But it always says upon the recommendation of the superintendent. So unless and until the superintendent makes a recommendation, the board can't hire anybody. You can't say, I make a motion that we hire somebody to be, Joe Blow to be the principal at Red Springs High School. Somebody makes a second, all in favor, aye. You don't have authority to do that without the recommendation of the superintendent. Okay? So keep that in mind, that there is a check and balance on that. You don't have to approve the superintendent's recommendation, but you have to at least consider the superintendent's recommendation, and then you can vote it up or down. Then when it comes time to make another consideration for that person, if you voted them down, you got to wait for the next recommendation from the superintendent. I once sat through a board meeting where the superintendent recommended 15 different people for a middle school principalship. And the board voted the 15 of them down 4-3 because the board had their own candidate in mind. And the superintendent wanted to make the point that he thought there were 15 other better qualified people than the one that the board wanted. After 15 of those, the superintendent finally came up with the right name, and that name was approved 4-3. And I met with the superintendent afterwards, and I said, "What were you doing out there?" And he said, "You'll see." And 2 weeks later, he was announced as the superintendent in a much bigger school system in a different state for about twice the salary he was making. He had a pretty good idea what he was doing. Assignments and transfers are the prerogative of the superintendent under your board policy and under his contract. He has the authority to direct and assign and transfer all school employees. Let's talk about individual liability for board members. There's something called qualified immunity for public officers, and you are all public officers, all right, for state law torts. A tort is basically a personal injury. If somebody gets injured in the school system, you've got qualified immunity. And in North Carolina, we don't waive that immunity unless we purchase insurance. And if the school system chooses to purchase insurance, then we have waived immunity up to the limits of coverage of our insurance. All right? I'm going to talk about that in just a second. There's also qualified immunity for constitutional violations, and people can sue for violations of rights that are guaranteed under laws, under this federal law, 42 U.S. Code Section 1983. If it's a violation of, if you are a person, and a Board of Education is considered a person for this statute, you're a public corporation. If you're a person, or if you're who acts with the authority of the state or appears to act with the authority of the state. So if you're an individual board member and you try to take some action that you're not authorized to take, even though you weren't authorized to take it, if somebody reacts or responds to you or thinks you have authority because you're a school board member, then it could be that you appear to have the authority of the state. So you'd be potentially liable under this law, which says every person who, acting under color of law, that is with the actual authority or appearing to have the authority, acts in a way that violates somebody else's rights or privileges or immunities guaranteed by the Constitution or laws, then you're liable. All right. Now, you have certain immunity if the actions taken by the board, if it's not clear that that was a violation. Okay. So if there's an untested area of the law, for example, and the courts haven't ruled definitively on it, and you guessed wrong as a board, then you wouldn't be held liable. You'd have qualified immunity for that. There's a statute, General Statute 115C43, that deals with the defense of board members and employees, and it provides that if an employee is, or a current or former employee, or a current or former board member is sued for something that you did while you were on the board, excuse me, then there's a procedure to go through to determine whether or not the board will provide a defense for you, or pay for your attorney's fees, or even pay a judgment against you, either before, during, or after the trial takes place. You have a board policy 7610 that deals with defense of board employees, but it doesn't apply to board members, and you don't have a policy that would apply this to board members. The statute would still be out there, but some school systems have include board members in this policy. You don't. So you might want to decide whether or not you want the policy committee to consider that. You don't have insurance as a school board for constitutional violations. You don't have insurance for tort violations, personal injuries and such. But we are members of the North Carolina School Boards Trust. The School Boards Trust is a risk-sharing organization, but it's not insurance. It's regulated by the North Carolina Department of Insurance. So the board hasn't waived its immunity, except to the extent that the School Boards Trust has purchased insurance. And so that's a kind of a funky analysis, but the School Boards Trust has insurance for matters that are above $150,000 and up to $1 million of liability. So if a claim is less than $150,000, then we haven't waived our immunity by being members of the School Boards Trust. If you ever have any questions about any of this, seek the advice of your board attorney. All right, seek the advice of legal counsel on this by going through the chair. Public records law. North Carolina has an extremely broad public records law, and the definition of a public record is extremely broad. And as office holders here in North Carolina, anything that you say or do or get, any record that you get in connection with your activities as a school board member is considered a public record. And it doesn't matter how you get it, okay? If you get it in anything that can be maintained as a record, then it'll be covered. So that includes email, and it doesn't have to be on your board member email account. It can be on your private email. It doesn't have to go through the school system server, okay? So if it's on your Gmail account and it deals with the board's business or the public's business, it's a public record, all right? If it's on your chat, and some of you are on your phones right now, okay? If you got a chat or a text message, it's a public record. So It doesn't matter whether it's a personal or a private account. It doesn't matter whether it's a personal or a school system device. It doesn't matter whether it goes through the school system server or something that Elon Musk owns. It is a public record. All right. So keep all of that in mind. In the open meetings law is also very broad in North Carolina. We've got a board policy 2341 dealing with quorums. And if you've got a quorum of the board present any place, don't discuss board business. Okay. You can all get together for a Christmas party. You can get together at a football game. You can get together on any other occasion. But if you got a quorum of the board present at the same time in the same place, don't discuss the board's business when you have a quorum of the board present. Committees are public bodies. So any committee appointed by the board is a separate public body in and of itself, and it's required to comply with the open meetings law in terms of giving notices and in terms of keeping minutes. And we've got a board policy 2300 that deals with all of this. For board meeting agendas, the ultimate goal is to have effective and efficient board meetings, and the agenda is prepared by the superintendent and the chairperson according to your board policy 2330, which is included in your materials. If a board member wants to make a request for something to be on the agenda, it needs to be received 6 business days in advance. And the same thing by individuals or groups from the public. If they want something to be considered, they need to make a request at least 6 days in advance. And that's in board policy 2310, public participation in board meetings. The agendas are supposed to be distributed at least 4 business days in advance of the meeting. And that's in the board policy. That's the last one on this slide. All right, so adding to the agenda at the board meeting, you want to leave some flexibility for the board to act on new matters, especially if something comes up and there's no need to delay, or there's something that was unexpected that comes up and there's a need for the board to act promptly, or it's a non-controversial item or an informational item. You can add that to the agenda by majority vote, or without objection, the chair can add it to the agenda and say, for example, absent objection, we'll add this to the agenda as item 3C or whatever it may be. As a courtesy to fellow board members, the staff, and the public, try to avoid adding things at the last minute and minimize surprises. Once the agenda has been adopted, you have a motion to adopt the agenda. Once the agenda has been adopted at a board meeting, it takes a 2/3 majority vote of the board to add anything after that. Okay. Consent agendas. You don't operate with a consent agenda, but that's something you might want to consider for non-controversial items or items that have been thoroughly vetted by committees. Or if you have a work session, if for example, in this board retreat, we had considered something and you consider this a work session, basically, you could add that to the consent agenda. And then anything that's on a consent agenda, any individual board member could say, I'd like that removed from the consent agenda and considered separately as a separate item. Work sessions and business meetings, you generally don't operate with work sessions. You mostly have business meetings, but you could add work sessions if you wanted to. Parliamentary procedures, you follow your rules of order that are laid out in policy 2340. And for anything that's not followed there, you go to Robert's Rules of Orders. The chairperson entertains and rules on matters of parliamentary procedure with the advice of the board attorney. And those are designed to, all of this is designed to enhance professionalism and decorum at your board meetings. And then you also allow public comments at your board meetings. You're required to have those at least one regular board meeting, if you have one regular board meeting per month, in a month. Yes.
Got a question,
Yes.
Ms. Ocean?
How many boards have you worked for that have used like electronic agendas?
How many have used what?
Like electronic agendas instead of us getting this, the packet?
Instead of getting the packet? A lot.
Like
Yeah.
Assembly, like using Assembly instead
Yes,
of.
yeah, I'm not a big fan of Assembly, but a lot of boards do use it. Quite a few.
All right. Steve.
Okay. All right, let's talk about abstaining from voting. Your policy on voting methods allows for abstention without a vote. And a lot of boards don't. A lot of boards have a policy that says if you fail to vote, your vote is counted in the majority. but you allow for abstentions in your board policy, and that's fine and well and good, and consistent with Robert's rules. You have policy 2302 dealing with remote participation in board meetings, and there was a recent Court of Appeals decision from a couple of months ago that said that if you have a quorum of the board, you can't establish a quorum of the board if you don't have a quorum live and in person. So you can't have remote meetings except if there's a declared state of emergency. You allow for remote participation by individual board members for these reasons. If a board member is prevented from physically attending due to illness or travel or unexpected lack of childcare, or if a family member is ill or has a family emergency, weather conditions, military service, employment obligations, scheduling conflict, or a declared state of emergency, but not for the board member's own convenience or to avoid attending a particular meeting in person, just because you don't want to be here. All right, so if you've got any of those reasons, you're allowed to participate remotely. Your policy says no more than 3 times per calendar year, with some exceptions built into the policy. It's not allowed for a board hearing. You can't participate remotely in a board hearing if you're conducting a student discipline hearing or a teacher dismissal hearing, for example. You couldn't do that. And you have to notify the board chair and the superintendent at least 4 hours in advance of the meeting. You have within that policy, there is a provision dealing with electronic messaging, and it says that the chair shall remind all members that all chats, instant messages, texts, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of board business during the meeting, including those kinds of communications between or among members who are participating remotely, are public record. Okay, so if you're picking up your phone and you're communicating across the table with another board member, or you're communicating with the board member who's participating remotely, keep in mind, anything you're saying in that text message or chat or whatever is public record. All right? Yes.
We just went through policy committee on 2302. There was a question in there, the revision that's coming from the School Board Association also says that a board member who is participating remotely, of course, does not count toward the quorum, but also cannot vote in an action item.
Right. And that is, that's in that Court of Appeals case. That's the Anson County case, and that's being appealed. That's on appeal to the Supreme Court. The Court of Appeals said that, but they didn't cite any authority for that. So that's kind of controversial. So we'll see what happens with that once the Supreme Court gets done with it.
So does that mean should we approve?
For now, you may have to go back and change it. Yeah. Okay. So closed session. Yes.
Excuse me. Chris got a question. Chris Fields.
On 21, on your slide 21, you said 4 business days. Can you tell us, can you define business days?
Yeah. Business day is for a school calendar. It's a day. It could be a teacher work day. It's not a student day. It's a day that on your school calendar you're included as people are coming to work.
So on our school calendar, Saturday and Sunday's not inclusive.
Correct.
Which means we should be getting our board packet on Wednesday, technically. For business days.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, Patty. All right. Board meeting protocols.
One more question.
Yes.
Mr. Henry, I'm sorry.
In relation to what Mr. Bobby said, that was a recommendation from DPI, so we should follow their direction at this time.
It was a recommendation from the School Boards Association, not a required one. It's not a required implementation. You can follow that. You don't have to follow that, but that's the current state of the law. It is on appeal. Okay.
Mr. John.
But Board Pack, I know before the new members came on, when I was chairman, when I did it, the agenda, that's what we sent out in the place that, can it be that, or does it have to be the package itself?
I believe the policy says meeting materials. Let me take a look.
That's the agenda.
$23.35. Yeah, it's on page 29. It's the proposed agenda, the minutes of previous meetings, and any supporting information or materials that would assist the board members. So it's the board packet, basically. Now, if this is, if you're, you know, if with the way you've been doing it is working for you, you could always change the policy too. If that works, whichever you want to do. Okay, so where were we?
Ms. Christie, you have another question before we move on?
But right now, until the policies change, it's 4 business days, which means
Yes.
Wednesday.
Yep. Yes, correct. Okay, closed sessions. We go into closed session under, under the open meetings law, and it's permitted for certain topics only. The motion has to specify the reason why we're going into closed session. Anything that's discussed in closed session stays in closed session. Remember, it's confidential. And then we maintain closed session minutes that are supposed to provide a general account, which is less specific than your open session minutes of what went on in closed session. Board meeting protocols, we've got board policies dealing with the adoption of board policies. So they're in board policy 2400, and we provide for 2 different readings of boards, of proposed board policies or revisions at 2 separate meetings before approval, but that policy can be waived by majority vote by suspending the policy requiring 2 readings. If it's a simple revision, or if there's no need to leave it open for consideration, and a lot of boards do that rather routinely. Another function of the board is you are a quasi-judicial board. So you primarily have a legislative function, that is adopting policies and making sure that they're properly implemented by delegating that authority to the superintendent and holding him accountable for that. So that's your legislative function as a board, but you also serve as a judicial body sometimes. That is, you sit as the jury, essentially, in a lot of different types of hearings. So you could have student appeals, you could have grievance appeals, and you could have teacher dismissal appeals. There are a variety of different ways in which that happens. And those are all covered under policy 2500 and General Statute 115C45C. Under 115C45C, there are 4 different types of matters that can come up to the board where there's a right to a hearing before the board if it's an appeal from a final administrative decision. So if it's gone up through the ranks, there's been a final administrative decision, then there are 4 different types of things that can be appealed to the board for hearing where there's a hearing as a matter of right. And those are things like long-term suspensions or expulsions for a student, or any claim of a violation of a right that's guaranteed by law or a state board policy or local board policy, state or federal law, or any decision affecting the employment rights of an employee, or any other matter for which there's a right of appeal, but not a specific statute saying how that appeal right is carried out. If it's anything else, there's not a right of appeal to the board, but people can petition the board and ask the board, in your discretion, are you willing to hear from me? And then the board can either say yes or no, or the board can say, we'll consider whatever you have to say in writing, but we're not going to grant you a hearing. It's completely up to the board if it's not a matter of appeal as a matter of right. School reassignment requests can be appealed to the board under the different board policies that are up there. Student and parent grievances can be appealed to the board, and certain due process matters can be appealed to the board, whether they're student hearings or employee hearings. For employees, you've got different grievance procedures. Again, the hearing can be mandatory or discretionary. And keep in mind, whenever you are serving in your quasi-judicial role, you have to stay impartial. You have to, your obligation in order to provide due process to somebody in a hearing is to act fairly and impartially. And what that means is you're supposed to consider the evidence that is presented in the hearing and make your decision based on that evidence in a fair and impartial way. It doesn't mean, as a board member, you have to be completely ignorant of the matter that's coming before the board. Okay, as a board member, you're going to get information about things and you're expected to be informed. So merely because you've heard about this matter that's coming before the board, whether suppose it's a teacher dismissal case, okay, or a student discipline appeal. If you've heard something about it, that doesn't mean that you are infected and you can't hear and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner. But you should consider whether you have been so affected by what you've heard that you can't be fair and impartial. And in that case, you should recuse yourself. And the case, the main case on that I want to talk to you about is Eddie Ray Crump versus the Hickory City Board of Education. It's a case from 1990. And in that particular case, the attorneys in the teacher dismissal case asked the board members at the beginning of the hearing, before the evidence was presented, they went around and they were allowed to question the board members. Dr. Emanuel, can you hear this case and decide it based on the evidence presented? Or have you heard too much and made up your mind so that you can't be fair to poor Eddie Ray over here? And Dr. Emanuel says, yes, I can be fair and I'll make up my mind. Well, in this particular case, it wasn't Dr. Emanuel. In this particular case, two of the board members said, yes, I can hear the case and I haven't made up my mind. But in the meantime, they had told, some people elsewhere out in public, we're going to give Eddie Ray a fair hearing before we hang him. They had, basically said, we're going to take care of old Eddie Ray when he comes before us. And so while Eddie Ray's dismissal was upheld, Eddie Ray sued the school board members. And by the time the case was resolved, the school board members were on the hook for 6 figures. Okay, so keep in mind you've got an obligation to tell the truth about any prior knowledge that you have and make decisions based solely upon the evidence that's presented. So if anything is liable to come up, lots of times you might hear about something. Suppose an employee has been suspended and there's an investigation going on. If you hear about that, or if it's told to you in a board meeting in closed session that we've got this matter going on, this person's been suspended, one of the things we'll tell you, and you've heard this in closed session, is stay clear of this. Don't get involved. If you hear anything about it or anybody wants to come talk to you about it, just say, I can't talk to you about that. It may come before the school board. Okay? I can't even listen to you about that. I don't want to know anything you have to. I appreciate you coming to me, but I can't hear anything you have to say. All right? And then also, word to the wise, if anybody comes to you and tries to talk to you about that, assume even if you know the person really well, you trust the person, you never know when you're being recorded. All right? So stay clear of it. Don't have any individual involvement that will compromise the board later on. All right, so we're going to end with final tips on good boardsmanship and being an effective board member. Effective leadership by the board inspires the staff to do their best. Dysfunctional leadership can demoralize the staff and lead to a talent drain. Quality boards elicit community support, and poor boards are not trusted or supported. Trust is vital, and it's the glue that keeps your board together. So try to avoid hidden agendas. We're going to talk about some rules to live by. First, respect the public's trust. Respect, foster, and promote good relationships with other board members and with the superintendent. Recognize the integrity of your predecessors and your peers and the merit of the work that was done by them. Know your subject matter and don't fake it. If you don't know it, learn about it and ask questions, but ask questions at the appropriate time. The appropriate time is usually in advance of a board meeting, not to try to learn about stuff that you should have done your homework on at the board meeting. So do your homework so that you can make informed decisions. And don't make promises or commitments that you can't keep. Remember, lots of times people will come to you and they'll tell you their version of events, their side of the story. Keep in mind, there's almost always another side to the story. All right. So when they come to you and say, here's what happened, can you do anything about this? And you hear and you say, yes, absolutely, I'll take care of this. All right. Well, don't make that commitment. All right. Wait until you find out the rest of the story and don't make that commitment anyway. Wait until you, because remember, what authority and power do you have as an individual board member? Absolutely none. All right. Don't make promises and commitments. Don't make commitments without full knowledge, and respect the majority's rule. Avoid unofficial meetings. Unofficial meetings are also a polite way of saying illegal meetings under the open meetings law. Okay. Don't take any private action that will compromise the board or the administration. Respect confidentiality of information that's privileged. Avoid all conflicts of interest and avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest. All right. Be open, fair, and honest. And that means don't have a hidden agenda. Don't sneak up on board members at a board meeting with your own private agenda and then throw it out there and nobody's heard this before. Don't ambush people. Look and act professional. Listen carefully, and that's different than just sitting there and hearing, okay? Listening carefully is active involvement and listening and engagement, as opposed to, I'm just hearing this in the background while I'm looking at my phone. And that goes back to look and act professional. If you're on your phone during the board meetings or you're texting or you're looking down, people will see that, and it doesn't work well for the board. Respect other people's time. I've got one board where the board meetings go 2 hours extra every single night because one board member talks that long. Thoughtfully consider the opinions and positions of others. A good school board member understands that the board sets the standards for the district through board policy and understands the difference between governance, which is the board's providence, and management, which is the administration's responsibility. Board members don't manage the district on a day-to-day basis, and the board makes decisions as a team by majority vote. Again, individual board members can't commit the board to any action, and other board members have the right to their opinions and ideas that differ from your own, no matter what you think of those ideas. Okay? Decisions are made by majority vote and should be supported by all board members once the decisions have been made. Decisions should be made only after the facts have been presented and discussed. There is a chain of command, and problems arise whenever the chain of command is not followed. So problems or complaints should be referred to the proper administrative office and through the appropriate channels or the appropriate grievance process. You have to comply with the open meetings law, and you have authority to make decisions only at official board meetings. It's essential that all board and district business be ethical and honest, and that you're going to receive confidential information that cannot be shared. The superintendent is your advisor, and he should be present at all meetings except when the board is considering the superintendent's evaluation, contract, or salary. The board should take action only after hearing the superintendent's recommendation. The board member should not use your membership for personal or family gain or prestige. Announce conflicts of interest before the board action is taken or before any consideration on a matter that's coming up before the board. Personal or family problems should not be brought into board consideration. Don't drag your kids into something. Some board members are tempted to say, well, when my child did this and my child was evaluated and determined that my child had this, was ADHD and on a 504 plan, blah, blah, blah. Don't do that to your kids. And don't do that to everybody else. Okay, keep your family stuff out of it. You can use examples without saying it's my family member. The staff deserves respect and consideration as skilled professional employees. You all treat your staff with respect at board meetings. I dealt with a board one time when the board members used to they sat up on a stage, a constructed stage in the boardroom, and they were 9 feet above everybody else. They had to climb up a ramp to get up to their seats. And people would come sit in the well and they would look up at the board members like this. And board members would talk down to the board, to the people that they're and the administrators and berate them. A new superintendent came in, and the first thing he did was cut that stage down 6 feet. Okay, it was not a pretty board meeting. So anyway, the staff deserves your respect, and you generally treat them with respect. Personal criticism of district operations should be presented to the superintendent, not to individual district staff at a board meeting. The public has the right to attend and observe board meetings, of course, and the right to be informed about district decisions and school personnel decisions. Review the board operations sections of your board policy manual. That's the sections 1000 and 2000. Know your board member code of conduct. That's your code of ethics. Review past board meeting minutes to become familiar with issues being discussed by the board. That's general advice I give to new board members if you haven't been actively following the board. Meet with the superintendent to get a clear understanding of the district's budget. So if the budget is a bunch of confusing numbers to you and you need to understand it better, then go into the superintendent and say, I'd like a tutorial on the budget. And I'm sure he'll be happy to have Erica meet with you and confuse you further. No, and elucidate you, I should say, on that. Assume your position with an open mind, abandon preconceived notions and hidden agendas, including any opinions that you've had about staff. You're going to be making decisions that affect the children of your district, and always keep their best interest in mind, and recognize that you don't know everything, and capitalize on every opportunity to learn. Expect that you're going to be in the minority on some decisions at some times, and accept the majority decision graciously. The time to voice your opinions about anything is before the vote is taken. Once the vote is taken, it's the act of the board, and deal with it graciously. Some tips for new board members: accept some board decisions to be unpopular. Remember, you only have one vote, and your issues or whatever your passions are, you can only be successful if you can convince other board members to vote with you. Don't surprise your superintendent or your administration or your fellow board members at a public meeting with unexpected comments or requests. Be flexible, be willing to compromise, be a good listener, and others can help you learn more about your job and what you have to do for your new board members. Your role is to establish policy and set goals, and it's up to the superintendent to manage the district and get it to where the board says it needs to go. You set policy, he implements it and takes you where you need to be. And learn your district's chain of command and refer all complaints to the proper people. So, anybody have any questions?
Hello, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Vontae. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I just got a quick question. If we receive information in our packets, maybe for example, like a budget that's on paper. and
Like a
it's-
what? I'm sorry.
Like a budget
Okay.
on paper, and it's 60 pages, and we're going to be asked to vote on it. Is there a problem, or is there any statute that says that information can't be shared electronically beforehand?
No, that can be shared electronically beforehand.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep. And, you know, if you get that, there's a good chance it's gone through the finance committee. And the finance committee, if you're on the finance committee, that's fine and well and good. If you're not on the finance committee, you can attend their meetings.
Right.
And a lot of that, you operate with a committee structure, and if something comes out of committee under Robert's rules, it doesn't require a second, because in order for it to come out of committee, you already have 2 board members who have supported it. All right. So if one of the reasons you operate by committee is you trust the committee to do the vetting and the detail work. And if you got any question, you can still ask your question, but you know, you tend to trust the work of your committees.
With the information that you shared about creating agendas for meetings, is that information also translate to subcommittees?
No, that's for your board meeting agendas only.
Okay. So is there a process for how agendas are created for subcommittees?
No, you don't have anything in your board policy for that.
Thank you.
Okay. You could add it if you wanted to, but that's up to you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please, while we can transfer files, there's a risk factor tied to that in terms of hackers getting in, virus getting into our system. We need to make sure, certainly, we're not sending Excel spreadsheet that somebody can go in and change. So we need to define how we would do that and make sure there's a need. But a lot of systems have found themselves because they transferred files being locked out. So we have to look at that.
All right, Ms. Christie Fields, then we're gonna have Dr. Emmanuel, I'm sorry. You next.
I appreciate you being so thorough since I'm new to the board. What I would like to know, since I'm new to the board, is what policies or procedures are in place to assist the board with oversight of leadership actions and addressing concerns about the potential abuse of power as it relates to the school leadership, since we are a governing body, a corporation. Where is that in this book?
Well, the board has authority over the management of the school, over the governance of the school system. If you have concerns about those things, you know, it'd be appropriate for the board to consider that or address it directly with the superintendent.
And are we able to address it with you, provided I go through the chair?
Yes, that's in the slides. If you have concerns about complaints that need to be forwarded about the administration, then you can address that with the chair and go to the board attorney if you need to.
So let's just assume that Chairman Leach doesn't like me, but he does. And he doesn't want me to send you a question. Then what do I, as a board member, what option do I have?
At that point, I would suggest that you request the chair to confer with me about that,
Thank you.
and I'm sure he would.
Dr. Emmanuel?
I guess I want to go back to, and this is not putting anybody on the spot, maybe Mr. Terry. What is the need for getting it digitally when you have it hard copy? And I can understand the point about data being shared online and this, in which, numbers can be changed. I'm just curious, what is the need for getting it digitally? That's just a curiosity question.
Mr. Terry?
If we're being asked to vote on something that's 60 pages long, something that's so extensive as an annual budget, I'm not a budget expert. I'm not a person that's has any formal training in finance, but I know a lot about Excel, and I know a lot about data, and I know a lot about looking at trends. For example, we vote on the monthly budget every month. We vote on it every month. And if you have that information in an electronic format, as a board, we can look at trends and we can look how things are going over time. Whether or not you know anything about budgets, that's not even an issue. But if you have information that you can track over time, you can start to look at trends. I do not feel comfortable voting on an annual budget when it's on paper in 2024 for a system such as this. And I'm not saying, or I'm not implying that I don't trust anyone here, but I am concerned that there seems to be a lot of apprehension about access to information. And when we come to board meetings and we're getting 100, 150 pieces of paper, and we're voting on things, sometimes it can appear that we may not be fully informed about everything that we're voting on.
Well, can I do a follow-up?
Follow-up.
Tell me the difference in getting it by paper 5 days before the meeting and getting it electronically 5 days before the meeting. What's the difference?
For me,
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable voting on something that I only received on paper that's very, very extensive, that when we had the opportunity to analyze it and be more informed by doing our own, and Mr. Schwartz talked about doing homework. That's part of my process in doing my homework. And he said Mr. Schwartz has advised us to do our homework, to go through our policies and take all the extra steps that we need to take. And that's just part of my process.
Mm-hmm. So you see, I guess I'm not clear. You get the same information, the same timeline by paper or digitally. I guess I'm trying to understand, Mr. Terry, what's the difference? Help me understand that.
If I have it electronically, I can sort it, I can add it, I can find averages, I can look at codes, I can make comparisons. And if we have it over time, you can track this information from month to month to month.
All right. Well, we're gonna have Miss Melissa, then I'm gonna say one thing, then we're gonna move on.
I'm finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm finished.
So I don't really have a preference, paper, digital. My only issue with the paper is that I have stacks of these at home, like lots and lots of it. And my issue is, at that point, is confidentiality and us maintaining these records at home. When is it appropriate to disregard these records? Because there may be things that you need to refer back to. And in paper form, I got to go back through God knows how many sheets of paper to find it. where it's easier for me to find it digitally, just go back to it. And then I have a whole side of a room with these packets. So when is it acceptable to throw this stuff away? I want to dispose of it. I don't want to throw it away because it has people's personal information on it. But I also don't want to have it in my house forever either.
All right. Ms. Schwartz,
You can take it back to the superintendent and ask for the board to dispose of it. Nothing wrong with doing that.
That's great. All right, Mr. Craig.
There will always be a record of it here with the board's
Yes.
records.
Mr. Craig.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Ocean, answering yours, I keep stuff, for me, I keep it at the house for a certain length of time. And if it's 6 months or whatever, when maybe some of it a year, and I'm where I can burn it. That's the way I get rid of it. I burn. I don't have a shredder, but I burn after a year. I will burn anything I got. So I'll just tell you that. Ms. Terry, to those of you, I'm not computer literate. I don't want to see this on spreadsheet, Excel, because I'm not one that can deal with it. But now if it can be put out either way, I don't have a problem with it. But mine is give me the paper, and where again, I said I might keep it 6 months or a year. When I go home with this board packet, this is just the method for Craig. I'll put on there December 2024.
Me too.
I'll keep it for 6 months to a year.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, I'm going to get rid of it. Like you said, not carrying it to the dumpster. I'm going to burn it.
Yeah.
And if I need to refer back, but now I will say this, me personally, I've found out after 8 years, every once in a while, I have to go back. I don't have to go back that much. That's just me. But again, if it's not a problem to do it both ways, or if it is, but now me, I'm fine with getting a paper copy. And if we need to look at policy, I know it's had on there for Wednesdays for a while, and we got the agenda at one time ahead of time, and then we'd get the packet on Friday. Now, for me personally, whichever way this board decides to go with it, I'm fine. But I'm fine with getting it on Friday if we need to adjust the policy. If I get mine on Friday, and I got enough time between now and Tuesday to read it. But again, I will say this, if it's in policy, we need to do what's in the policy and just get that part cleaned up.
All right. Mr. Terry, then we're going to be over after this. Go ahead.
In education, we talk about learning styles and learning preferences. So some people's learning styles or learning preferences may be on paper, but my learning style and my learning preferences is electronic. So when I can have this information in electronic format, I can create charts, analyze trends, and look at these codes and look at these figures. And I can come up with a lot more meaningful information than I can by receiving it on paper, just like you can by looking at it on paper. My learning preference is to have it in a spreadsheet.
Well, we appreciate all of this discussion and stuff about the budget, about finance, but I would encourage anybody, Miss Erica, just sit down, Miss Erica, just come have a meet with Miss Erica and sit down with her. And I think it'll take some of this, it'll be a whole lot easier for all of us. Just come down and sit down with Miss Erica and have a conversation with her. I think she'll be open to it. Thank you. All right, we're gonna, Richard, proud of you. You had 90 minutes, you took 80, so proud of you. Start.
Good job.
Good job. Well, we're next on my agenda where it went to. Lord. I think you took mine. Next we have Mr. Jamal Campbell, and teacher employment data. Somebody took my stuff.
Good afternoon.
No. There you go. Is it on?
Good afternoon, board members, Chairman Leach, Dr. Williamson. So what I have for you today is that tracking our teacher movement from August 2023 through July 2024. And you have that big spreadsheet before you. many times as board members, you get your board packet each month and it tracks resignations, retirements, things of that nature. And so I decided to put it on a spreadsheet so you can see what occurred last school year with the teacher movements. The attached reporting document records teacher movement within the district from August 2023 until July 2024. The document examines the data for teacher hiring, resignations, retirements, in-district work site changes, or transfers for individual schools. The document also states that the number of teachers that rescinded their resignations or retirements. Lastly, the document details those that declined to accept teaching positions after they were board approved to start. Based on the PSRC teacher data chart that I provided to you, several major trends can be observed. First, for our hiring and turnover trends, we saw over 373 teachers were hired across the district, indicating a strong recruitment effort. 99 teachers transferred within the district, suggesting opportunities for internal mobility. 182 teachers resigned, which is comparable to districts within our region. And they resigned for various reasons, such as teaching another LEA or another state, career change, family or health issues, or unknown reasons. 46 teachers retired, and those are individuals who achieved retirement age. We had a net gain of 135 teachers hired for the district. Also, I want to highlight, we oftentimes talk about teachers who left, but we actually had 39 teachers who came back to our district. 39 teachers came back to the PSRC. We also saw some trends as relates to some particular schools. Wilmington High School had the highest number of new hires with 27. Once again, when you look at our hiring practices, some of those positions were vacant for multiple years. And so we saw a lot of hiring take place last year. Red Springs High School saw 13 resignations, but hired 20 new staff members in the process. And then St. Paul's High School had 13 resignations, but 19 were hired. Once again, when you see trends like that, that means there were positions that were vacant probably for a year or two, and then those principals were able to hire. Retention efforts. 9 teachers rescinded their resignations, which could be seen as a positive sign of retention efforts and positive relationships with administrators and staff. Only 1 teacher rescinded their retirement. Similar results are occurring in our region with other districts. Those who are reaching the age of retirement are choosing to do so. And other observations, very few teachers, we had 9 terminated, 1 were non-renewed, indicating stability in employment for most. 23 teachers declined positions, which suggests competition from other districts or career options. And once again, we only had 1 teacher had licensure issues, showing strong credentialing among the staff.
Excuse me, Mr. Jamal, I don't mean to cut you off, but looking at the data, looking at all this data and information that Jamal has put together, do anybody have any questions? Any questions for Jamal? Yes. All right. Hit your button, Dr. May. You haven't hit it yet. It's not coming up on my end. I scroll up. Oh, here it go now. I got you now. It just,
Write it down.
yeah, I got you, man.
Mr. Jamal?
Yes, ma'am.
You may haven't looked at it like this, but is there a correlation between test data and turnover or anything that you've been able to ascertain or not being able to fill positions with this information?
Thank you for that wonderful question, Dr. Emanuel.
Well, answer it, my darling.
I will. So we have seen your younger beginning teachers who have typically not the best test scores, typically are the ones who are resigning. Those teachers who are 5 years or more, who are more stronger in your testing areas, are staying. So yes, you do see a correlation between those teachers who have usually 1 to 3 years, if they're in a tested subject area, typically are not staying within teaching. They're typically doing career changes.
All right, Trey, we got Mr.
Thank you.
Are you finished? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Trey, I'm just sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Mr. Ma, I've already told you because we've had this for a little bit. This is pretty good information. Did a good job with it. I got 2 things. One, I'd like to get this annually, make this an annual thing.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? And then number 2, can you do the same thing for bus garage maintenance and that sort of thing and get it to us?
I will work on that.
Thank you, sir.
So, but to your first question, yes, sir. I've already discussed with Dr. Williamson. We will make sure we have this annually for you guys to track those trends.
Ms. Christy Fields?
So your young teachers, you said that typically 5 years or less are in a testing area or leaving. Is there something we can do to retain them? Is there additional support? Can we give them a mentor in the class to help them job shadow, to make sure that we've done everything possible to help them to succeed, not point out what they're not doing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm just saying I can understand how that would be a lot for someone new entering into a classroom with the weight of a testing or an EOG, which the district has nothing to do with. That is just required. So what can be done to help retain them, since we don't have a flood of people trying to come into the teaching profession?
Thank you, Ms. Fields, for that question as well. So we, as earlier, I highlighted our academic coaches, which we were praised when we had our beginning teacher site visit last year. Our district was praised because of that we actually have coaches in each building to assist and support those teachers. Your instructional leadership team, which consists of your principal, assistant principal, academic coaching, also provide that support. We have our curriculum and instruction supervisors also in those buildings provide that additional support. Our principals, Ms. Fields, do allow our teachers to visit other teachers, whether it be in their schools, and some have actually allowed them to go to other schools to observe as well. So we do all those components to try to make sure we're supporting our teachers the best so we can to keep them. But we are seeing, so that's that particular stat that I answered when I answered for Dr. Emmanuel. That's not something we just saw for PSRC, but that is a trend we're seeing statewide. But we are doing our very best as much as we can to support our beginning teachers to make sure we can grow and develop. That's the word we want to make sure to do, grow and develop our teachers.
All right, is Mr. Craig, you got something? All right. Got something? I'm sorry. There you go.
Mr. Ball, do we have in place written, we used to have mentors that went around. Do we have anything written or unwritten in place at Red Springs Middle that first, second, or third year teacher has a mentor on that campus?
Their mentor is the academic coach.
Well, forget that academic coach. I'm saying that we got a teacher that's on that campus that's a veteran teacher that's helping this
So
first,
they
second, or
also have
third
like
year.
teacher buddies that we call them.
Okay.
So each principal, as they're tiering their teachers of support, as far as those beginning teachers, they also pair them up with veteran teachers,
Mhm.
whether it be in that same subject area
Okay.
or grade level, or sometimes because some of our schools are small, they don't have a teacher in that
Mhm.
same grade level or subject area, but at least a veteran teacher was on that staff. So yes,
It's
you have the
countywide.
so you have the
Countywide.
academic coach, that's their direct mentor. Then you have teacher buddies that are assigned by that principal to those beginning teachers.
And that's countywide. We got that everywhere?
I will check to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Trey Britt.
Mr. Craig kind of asked the same question I was going to ask, but
Okay.
in the way to it, is that principal, or are we able to give, I hate to use the word, but I know we're in a tight budget, but stipend per se, if that teacher were to take somebody on, is that still available? Was that ever a thing, or am I just imagining that, or?
It was like $100 or
It
something.
was like $100 or something, am I right?
I will
Or do
let
we still
this,
do that?
Yeah, it was like
Erica
$100.
directly to that.
Mr. Terry got one, then you can respond next.
So we do in our Title II budget have $100 a month stipend for our buddy teachers.
And that is in effect, right?
That is in effect, yes, correct.
Mr. Terry.
Dr. Bank, you could go ahead while we're on this same conversation, because I'm gonna switch gears.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Mr. Terry?
Yes, so something was brought up a few minutes ago about security security in handling documents. I just want my colleagues around the table to note that in some cases, with this packet on paper, there's personnel information in there. And sometimes it's left on a porch. So I just want you to think about that in relation to the information that I was asking for, which is public. So just think about that over the weekend. I know it's a Friday afternoon. Anytime I ask for something and somebody's real apprehensive about giving it, that really causes me, especially when it's public information, it should cause everyone caution and be asking the question, why not?
All right, thank you, Mr. Terry. Anybody got any more questions for Mr. Jamal? Thank you, Mr. Jamal. Next, we're gonna go, thank you, you
And
finished.
so I will go straight into the staff.
No, not yet. We gotta switch up. Miss Erica got to go. If we're gonna let her talk, we gotta switch up. We gotta switch the room. I got you.
Thank you, Chairman Leach, Superintendent Dr. Williamson. I really appreciate you guys letting me switch. My son is playing a game at Ashley High School tonight, and I would really like to be able to attend. So I really thank you for allowing me to move up a little bit. And I don't really have a lot to provide tonight. Again, I was hoping you guys would give me like the questions, if there's something specific you want me to delve into on the budget. I did put a couple sheets at your desk because I noticed when I was running my formulas to key this in, once it's approved, there's a part that's on the budget, but it wasn't included in my formula. So there's a $25,000 difference in local. And I put those sheets to replace on your desk, and I updated the operating budget. So it's pages 3 and 4 and 29 and 30. If you'll replace that in your budget, and then I gave you a new operating summary to show that it's already printed there. It just wasn't in my formula count. And I caught that. So I just wanted to update those documents and answer any questions anybody has.
We got Trey Britt and Dr. Emmanuel, you next.
I guess it's a question and it's maybe something needs to be looked into, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna hit you on page 20,
Okay.
where it has vehicle repair parts, okay?
Okay.
My question is, just Lumberton High School has an issue with the white buses right now. We've got 2 that are down, and obviously it's the biggest school in the county and we need them. And the funds, as far as fixing those buses, I know is independent on that school to have the funds to fix it. And my question is, with the vehicle repair parts of $700,000, there's no room whatsoever to,
No, sir, because that's PRC 056, which is transportation. So you can only use that for yellow school buses.
for yellow school buses.
Yellow school buses. They're
That's what
very
I-
specific about
That
that.
was my question and you answered it. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel.
I know this is an impossible question, but I must ask it. As soon as you can, is it possible to get us some kind of cost estimate with the CTE audit?
Yes.
So we can request some other options to be considered about some things that we need done at schools?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. That's our priority. That's our focus. We're going to start looking at that in the phases.
Yes, ma'am.
What maintenance can do versus contracted. That's got to be soon on our agenda, like hitting it. New year, January is where we're going to focus on that. Yes, ma'am.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
And I just wanted to remind everybody, the budget is a living document. Once the budget's approved, I'll be coming back and bringing amendments. We always get changes in funding or decisions can be made to make changes to this budget. It is a living and breathing document. So once it's approved, it's not set in stone. Any changes can be made to it as long as we're in that fiscal year.
Thank you so much.
All right, I think that's it. Anybody got any more questions for Miss Erica? I thank you, Miss Erica. Drive safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now next we're gonna have, let's go back to the top. And I lost some shit. Yes, now you, Jamal. Oh, Jamal, where's my paper? I don't know what I did with my paper. Student, employee, and demographic by Mr. Bobby and Jamal.
So, board members, I wanted to present to you the demographics of our district of all full-time employees. Once again, this is all full-time employees. I'm not going to go into detail with you, but I'll be giving you that breakdown at your desk. So, as it relates to Hispanic or Latino full-time staff, that make up about 3% of our staff, which is 90 individuals total, and most are teachers or TAs within that area. Our non-Hispanic or non-Latino males comprise of 20% of our overall full-time staff, which represents 564 employees. Next, our non-Hispanic or non-Latino females, which represent 77% of our overall full-time employees, which is 2,200 employees, which means that we have 2,854 staff members, full-time staff members. 47.8 of that are teachers. And full-time staff includes principals, assistant principals, all teachers, school counselors, psychology personnel, media coordinators, consultants, supervisors of instruction, teacher assistants, clerks, secretaries, service workers, skilled workers, craftsmen, craftswomen, laborers, professional staff, district staff, which includes officials, administrators, and managers. The public schools of Robeson County staff demographics show a diverse workforce with some notable trends. Number one, a high representation of American Indian staff. 45.8% of the total staff, which includes 38% female, 7.8 males, identify as American Indian. This significantly is higher than the national average and reflects the county's large Native American population, which should be duly noted. Number two, strong gender diversity. 77% of our staff are female, which is consistent with national trends in education. This high representation of women in education is common across the United States. Three, racial diversity. The staff includes significant proportions of white, which make up 21% of our staff, Black, 27% of our staff, and Native American Indian, which makes up 45.8% of employees, with smaller percentages of Hispanic, which is 3%, and Asian, 2.5%. This diversity is a positive trend compared to national data, as many school districts struggle with racial representation. Now, an area that we can improve on, 3% of our staff is Hispanic or Latino, as compared to our student population, which is around 22%. So this is an area of opportunity for improvement for staff recruitment and retention. Number five, a balanced male representation across races. Among non-Hispanic males, there's relatively even distribution between whites, Blacks, and American Indian staff members. These demographics indicate that the public schools of Robeson County have made strides in creating a diverse workforce, particularly representing the local American Indian population. The high level of diversity among staff can provide students with a wide range of role models and perspectives, which is a positive trend compared to many districts nationally. And that is our full-time staff demographics for the public schools of Robeson County.
All right. Anybody got any, sorry, just say anybody got any questions?
Good evening again. Wanted to share with you our demographic trends for students over the last 3 years. Did not put this where we're currently at in this slide because all of these numbers here represent where we closed school at for the last 3 years. So you can see that our largest number of students in our buildings, of course, are American Indian. We have approximately, we closed last school year with Asian students. Our growing population in our district right now are definitely our Hispanic group, and you can see that trend line moving forward. Our Black population has relatively remained the same over the last 3 years. Our white population is declining. We're also seeing an increase in 2 or more. But just to give you a snapshot of currently where we're at this particular moment, we have approximately 7,400 American Indian students in our district. At the current moment, our Hispanic population has bypassed our Black population. We currently have approximately 4,700 Hispanics with about 4,650 Blacks. Our white population is about 1960, with our 2 or more representing about 1,500. Again, though, that will change over the course of the school year. So this is just raw numbers of the number of students that ended in the building last year. Again, wanted to share the end of the year numbers with you because, as Ms. Erica stated at our finance meeting the other night, that calculations for budgets are calculated on that final ADM. So this is going to match numbers that we were funded on. Next slide, Cole. So just to give you a breakdown of the percentages. So again, this is just to give you another ideal or different representation of how the students or the percentage of demographics in our building. So again, you can see our American Indian students are our largest. Our Black and Hispanic population probably by the end of the year may flip back and forth some depending on enrollments and how we end the school year. Next, Cole. And just wanted to give you a 5-year snapshot. Did not do a 5-year on the in terms of demographics, but wanted to give you a 5-year in terms of total student enrollment. So you can see we closed 20 with over 21,000 students. And again, we know that's the end of where COVID came in. And everybody knows what happens when we decided to open school back up. We lost a tremendous amount of students, approximately 400 students. That following year, we lost about additional 4 the next school year. Then we saw an increase, but last year we saw a slight decrease as well. So this is just a representation of our student body, again, over the last 3 years in terms of ethnic groups, but this gives us an idea of where we're at, gives us an idea of where we closed. And currently our enrollment as of today is down about 93 students with 20,452. And that number does not include our pre-K students.
All right. Do anybody got any questions for Mr. Jamal or Mr. Bobby? We got Dr. Emmanuel.
This is, I'm trying to put it together with what Bobby said, Mr. Bobby said and what Mr. Jamal said. So are our demographics, for our students and our employees and our leadership, is it in sync with each other? Okay, like you're saying, I thought I heard you say Native Americans and Hispanics and the Caucasians and the whatever the other groups. Are our employees and our leadership teams, be in central office, be it principals, are we in sync with our demographics is what you all gave a report, but it's disjointed because you said something, Bobby said something, but I can't tie it together because you said y'all were different. You presented differently. How in sync are those numbers?
The only one that's out of sync are our Hispanic staff versus the student population. Everyone else is relatively in sync, but like I said, we have 3% as much to Hispanic staff members, full-time staff members, compared to the 23%.
You said staff members, is that leadership like principals, assistant principals, central office staff, administrators?
All full-time staff members, Dr. Emmanuel.
Is that what you're saying from your aspect too?
No, his students, right?
Yeah, so our students, as you can see here, our Hispanic students are going to average about 23% of our current population. So we do not currently have 23% of our staff represented in the employment data. So that difference of the 20% would filter in between Native American and the other racial groups. So there is a disparity between staff members in that one particular group as far as it compares to our student population.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, one more, Ms. Christie.
So what is HR doing in particular to ensure, since we do see a trend, we see a shift in our student population, and we don't have the adequate staff on hand who are bilingual and who can relate to our Hispanic population, what are we doing to mitigate that gap and to close it and to make sure that our student population as well as our employment population compare or comparable?
Yes. So as relates to that one particular area, it is an ongoing struggle. I have to be honest, Ms. Fields, on that particular area, because once again, we have to have a talent pool we can pull from. And in our region, we're seeing a similar trend. There is not that many to pull from to balance out that trend we're seeing as far as staff numbers and student numbers. So it's an ongoing conversation within our region. When I say our region, the school districts within this area and within the state, as far as trying to get more our Hispanic population into those teaching positions, or even just staff positions overall.
Well, let me ask you, let me just throw this out there. Has the district thought about sending teachers back to learn Spanish as a second language to help in the classroom? I'm just throwing that out
Yeah,
there.
and so and all of those, and I get what you're saying. All of those are also. We've had teachers who go back to be EC teachers as well. So yes, those all can be components that could be discussed as well.
I would also say that is one of the benefits of our EPI staff, the multiple language within our building that's really had an impact. So in almost every building, we do have someone that can speak that native language.
And to that point, Dr. Williamson, thankfully with our EPI program over the past couple of years, we've saw an increase of bringing more multilingual teachers in. I can get you the specific numbers at the next board meeting, but we saw an increase in that, Ms. Fields, to help support that area.
Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Bobby and Mr. Jamal. Yeah. You can. We're gonna add it to our board. Yeah. At this time, Mr.
I make a motion. Go ahead, Dr. Williams.
Before you make the motion, we still have Dr. Bullock, and so we will move her to our board meeting night, bring her up first to share the information, so we'll add her to the agenda. Great.
Thank you, sir. Make a motion that we adjourn.
Hold on, before, a motion being made to adjourn, a motion being made by Mr. Trey Britt, a second being made by Mr. Melissa Ocean. Now we got some comments by Mr. Craig.
I know the motion's been made and passed, but I disagree with it because she sat here all afternoon.
I agree.
Yeah, I do agree. No, she's gonna be first, and she's gonna be first and stuff in the agenda. We said that she's gonna be first in the agenda. Okay. All right. All right, thank you. Motion been made by Mr.
Got one other thing, Mr. Leach. Folks, I observed this the other day, and a lot of you might know it or you might not. Bus going down I-95. Just for information, our buses do not go down I-95 in Robeson County. And was able to identify it. And also our buses do not go down 4-lane 74, from my understanding. So if you see that, or 74 is 4, if you see it, please call Dr. Guzman and let him know.
Yeah,
Especially if you can get a bus number. Yes.
Oh, yeah. A motion's been made by Mrs. Trey Britt, to adjourn, and a second by Minister Melissa Ocean. All in favor? All opposed? Motion, meeting adjourned.